48 as well in the Grange, 48 degrees over in Dallas. And then our high temperatures tomorrow. I mean, some areas will be getting into the mid 70s. Meanwhile, here in Atlanta, 71. Storm Team AccuWeather forecast for the remainder of tonight, partly cloudy, 51 for the overnight low. Tomorrow we climb back up to around 70, but the clouds will be increasing throughout the day. And then it looks like the moisture increases and the rain comes on Thursday with a high of 68. Cooler for the weekend, highs in the 50s, lows generally in the 30s and 40s. Russ?
All right, Jeff, thanks. And next in sports tonight, another Tuesday and another new High Five Team of the Week. Ken will tell you who won and has another big announcement coming up.
This is Gotham. You don't bend, you'll get broke.
I'm going to find out who actually murdered Thomas and Martha Wayne.
You're not in danger, are you?
I'm gonna do what's right.
I hate surprises.
An all-new Gotham.
stateside. This is special election night coverage from Fox 5 News on myfoxatlanta.com.
Well, here we are. We made it. The polls are closed and the votes are in. Tonight we are just hours away from learning the winners of Georgia's big race on this election day. As we say good evening to you online, everybody. Thanks so much for logging in to join us. I'm Tom Hayes.
And I'm Lisa Ram. As you said, it has been a long time coming. We finally made it to this day. We want to thank you for joining us for our special live coverage of the general election on myfoxatlanta.com and on YouTube.
After months of tense debates, endorsements, and yes, all those negative ads, it all comes down to this night.
We have live team coverage at all the major campaign parties, from candidates to governor to the U.S. Senate. We have all the big races covered, and we will take you live inside each party as we wait for those all-important numbers to come in. Tonight, we want to take you inside the minds of the campaigns as they wait for the first round of results to come in.
Fox 5 political analyst Matt Towery is here now to break down the governor's race. Matt, you got to think that the candidates are sitting at home watching TV, watching these returns come in just as we are. What are they going to look for in the early hours here?
Well, they're going to be looking for a lot of votes they aren't going to see for a while. We have a massive, at least for a midterm election, turnout in this state, unexpected. And in many of the areas around the state, we're hearing reports of long lines even after 7 o'clock. Now, some of those are because voters are turning out and they're still trying to get their vote in. In some instances, several instances in North Fulton, we're hearing stories of long lines and no one in there to take their votes.
Wow.
So this is going to be an interesting night. Lots of, I'm sure, on all sides, accusations of we didn't get the vote, not enough people. It's going to be a long night.
Yeah, those complaints started coming in early this morning.
They certainly did.
Early on, though, it was hard to gauge what turnout would be. What turned, what changed so that...
Lisa, I'll tell you what I think. It's the first time I've said this on TV tonight. I think this has turned into a referendum on Barack Obama and his presidency. We're seeing a wave, a burst of energy out there right now all over the country. And because the president did choose, probably very carefully, not to get involved in many races because he knew in some of the areas he wasn't popular, but he got involved in others. We're seeing...
Matt, hang on one second.
Yes.
I want to interrupt you
Sure.
because the Associated Press already calling, and we're just after 7 o'clock, Mitch McConnell has won the Senate race in Kentucky against Allison Grimes. Now, that wasn't a huge stretch. McConnell's always been ahead by 5 to 7 points. But what does that say about the tone being set as we begin here?
As I'm saying, I think this has turned into a national referendum on the president. And it's what the Republicans made it. And in many of the cases, the president decided to get involved. And when he made the statement that his policies were on the ballot, the Republicans seized on that and they ran about it all over the country, that same issue. I think we're seeing that. Now, it's on both sides. The president's supporters are also turning out, particularly in states like Georgia, where we're seeing heavy African-American participation, heavy Democratic precinct turnout. This is going to be a real slugfest tonight, at least in this state.
A lot of people thought the rhetoric would turn people off, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
You know, Lisa, every time these races get mean, people say, I'm sick of it, I'm not going to vote, I hate it. And each time you have really tough races, I see the turnout go up. Oddly enough, it's sort of an inverse thing. If you have sweet, friendly commercials, you would think everybody would be happy and go out to the polls. But when they really get nasty, that's when you get their attention, and that's when people go to vote.
You got to think that Michelle Nunn benefited from the fact that she was running such a close race against David Purdue. I mean, take a look at Kentucky, which again, the Associated Press just called for Mitch McConnell, who stands to become, by the way, the Senate Majority Leader. Democrats pulling a lot of their money out of Kentucky and plugging them into other senatorial races like Michelle Nunn's. She was a benefactor of some of that money because the race has been so tight.
She was a benefactor. Michelle Nunn has run a fabulous campaign, I have to say. The problem that she ran into in the last week, and you saw it in the polls, is that they were able finally to find a nexus between President Obama, and whose approval ratings aren't high in Georgia, with Michelle Nunn. It was a telephone interview that was done with the president on V103 or one of the radio stations. They took that interview, they took that statement, and turned it into an endorsement by the president, Michelle Nunn. The Republicans did, and it seemed to work. It seemed to take hold. In the last week and a half, we saw a real change in her polling numbers.
Yeah, and President Obama distanced himself from a lot of these races.
He did. I mean, you know,
pretty strategic there.
You really can't get down on the president here. I mean, he basically stayed as far away as people wanted him to. And you can rest assured those times when he made phone calls in or he made ads at the last minute like he did for Charlie Crist down in Florida in that governor's race that's so contentious, when those took place, those were people asking the president to do it. You can be sure of that. He didn't insert himself anywhere that no one wanted him to be, except that one statement that his policies are on the ballot, and that's the thing the Republicans used.
So the candidate doesn't seem to matter at this point? It's either for or against Obama.
Well, let's go down to the governor's race here. It's a little bit different because I've found that U.S. Senate races really are a referendum on Republican, Democrat, president, those who are out of office, those sorts of things. But when you get to a governor's race, people start talking about more local issues. That's not to say that there's not a Republican wave. The governor won't pick up on it. He probably will. But I will say this. I don't expect the governor's race to necessarily follow the same trail as the Senate race. Whether it's bigger or smaller for Nathan Deal, I don't know, but it could be independent because a governor has to deal with his own issues that don't really flow from Congress or the White House.
And you were telling me that Senator Johnny Isakson, we just talked about Mitch McConnell and the fact that he might become Senate Majority Leader. This could be a big night, not that he's on the ballot, but for Johnny Isakson as well.
Well, I had a chance to talk to our soon-to-be senior senator today, and I can just say that I think Isakson realizes the gravity of what might happen. I'm not going to say anything he said to me, but I will say that he is going to be...
Oh, come on, do tell.
No, won't do it. But I will say this. He will become a major senior player in Washington. He's a very humble guy, you know, so he's never going to tell you any of this stuff
very
anyway.
Folksy.
He's very nice and very thoughtful. But he is also going to be a chairman of a committee. We don't know what committee yet, but it means that Georgia, for the first time in a long time, will have a U.S. senator who is a chairman of a committee in the Senate and has senior status, and that's going to be very important for this state.
All right, interesting. Again, this McConnell race called very early, maybe an indicator of how the rest of the night may go here in Georgia.
Well, let's put it this way. McConnell had a 58% lead with 2% out, and the AP called it. That gives you some idea how the other states are going to go. Don't think that Georgia necessarily has any replication of Kentucky.
Neighboring North Carolina. That's going to be another close one.
Those are going to be real battles.
Okay.
Yes.
Matt, thanks.
Sure.
Right now, Governor Nathan Deal is trying to win his second term as Georgia's top leader.
And for the past few months, he's pushed to voters his success with bringing economic development to the state. Fox 5's Chris Shaw is live in downtown where the campaign party just got underway. Chris?
And Lisa, you said it perfectly, just getting underway. We finally have a party here. The music has started. The song's just ending, of course, but another one will start up right away. We've got food, we've got drinks, and slowly but surely, supporters of Governor Nathan Deal are starting to make their way in here to the College Football Hall of Fame. Pretty cool place to have a party like this. I don't know if you can see the green field behind me, but you know, just before this party started, we actually got to see and got to meet a little bit with Governor Nathan Deal, who said he is hopeful. He believes that the turnout in this election is going to make it so there will not be a runoff. Does not want that. He's not looking forward to that, like many people are not looking forward to that. He said this is going to be his last election, and he hopes that that is true. He hopes to win here tonight and not go to that runoff. Now, his camp, his aides, the people who work for him, who are running his campaign, are a lot more optimistic. They are saying that turnout, voter turnout in places that lean Republican, heavily lean Republican, is very high tonight. We're talking about areas in South Georgia, here in Metro Atlanta, North Metro area, up into North Georgia itself. These are places where Republicans tend to do well. The governor has done well in these counties before, and the Deal camp says that they are seeing a lot of voters going to those areas, a much higher voter turnout than they expected. That has their confidence very high tonight. In fact, one aide told me he would be shocked if there is a runoff. At this point, we don't know if that's just confidence or if that's spin, but that is what the governor's camp is saying right now. It's also worth noting that once you dig a little bit into the numbers, you kind of get a sense of where they're coming from. They say that in the last presidential election, the Democratic candidate, the Republican candidate, Mitt Romney, won in about 120 Georgia counties. So they expect to have, the Deal camp expects to have those counties pretty much locked down. They expect to do very well. That leaves about 30 or so counties where Jason Carter has the opportunity to win, to pick up a lot of votes. Some of those counties right here in the Metro Atlanta area, Fulton County, DeKalb County, the hardcore metro areas. And the Deal camp just believes that those 30 counties that we're not seeing expecting the same amount of voter turnout as they are in the rest of the state. And so they're saying this leads them to believe that they will win here, get the 50% tonight, avoid a runoff. The governor voted in Habersham County, where he and his wife Sandra recently bought a log cabin. He says it's a perfect place for a political candidate or a politician. He's got a brand new log cabin at the end of a dead-end road, a dirt road. That's where he and his wife will move whenever he moves out of office. And he voted there in Habersham County today. He told reporters that he was going to get his hair cut and then kind of relax. We do know that the governor was at the governor's mansion for a good part of the day. He had a dinner with a bunch of his closest aides, came here, spoke with reporters, shook hands of some of the supporters who were here, and then is upstairs now at the College Football Hall of Fame, where he is in a suite watching with his family as these returns start to come in. Again, just now coming in. But again, I think the bottom line here with the deal camp, a lot of confidence right now, and they fully expect to have a party here at the College Football Hall of Fame. Now, if you'll indulge me, one little additional thing I'd like to pass along. Now, it's not often that we have a political watch party in a place like the College Football Hall of Fame. Usually they're in a hotel ballroom, very confined space. It looks the same no matter where you go. This is very different to say the least. The College Football Hall of Fame just opening not long ago. It kind of inspired me to do a little history, fact-finding mission and the history of college football. And I can tell you that I found out just a little while ago that the first college football game played in the state of Georgia was in 1892. It featured Mercer University and the University of Georgia. Now that's significant in this race, believe it or not, because Governor Deal graduated from Mercer. His opponent, Jason Carter, went to law school at UGA, so there is some sort of connection here. UGA won that game 50-0. I don't think we'll see that kind of landslide today. It means nothing as far as the race goes, but just an interesting tidbit as we wait for results to come in. Back to you.
That is the nugget of all political nuggets, Chris Shaw.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first.
That is exclusive information. Hey, listen.
1892.
Hopefully, at least the Deals are hoping anyway, they won't be relaxing in that log cabin anytime soon. But
right.
He's managed, and you've been with the both campaigns here in the final weeks, but Deal has managed to sort of break out in some of these later polls, in the past couple of weeks and move ahead by 3, 4, in some cases even 5 points. I mean, are they giving you any idea there from the campaign what they attribute that breakout to?
I think the answer we're getting is that they feel like their message is really hitting home, that maybe there was a little bit of uncertainty, but that they feel like their message, and one of the main points in their message is the economy, the 300,000 jobs that Governor Deal says have come to the state since he's been in office. He says he took over at a time when we were just at the very beginning of coming out of the recession, very difficult time for Georgia families. He believes that his track record shows that he has done a lot of good to bring jobs here to the state, to bring businesses here to the state, and he feels like that message is finally getting through. And you're right, you talk about the poll numbers going up. That's another reason why this camp is so confident right now. They believe that because some separation has been shown in those polls the last 10 days, 2 weeks especially, that they believe that's just too much for Jason Carter to overcome.
All right, we'll check back with you soon, Chris Shaw, of course. And as we promised, we're going to be here from beginning to end, and those first few numbers are starting to trickle in the governor's race, with 1% of the precincts reporting. Nathan Deal with less than 200 votes there, garnered 152 to Jason Carter's 56. Dr. Andrew Hunt making a very small showing at this point at 2%, with 4 votes registered. Again, these are the first numbers trickling in, and again, we'll have more for you as they start to mount.
Only
and
hundreds,
mount
literally,
mount.
of votes.
Yeah.
It's a very small percentage.
Truly only the beginning here. Governor Deal's challenger, State Senator Jason Carter, has spent much of the final push of his campaign talking about his focus on education being a #1 priority.
That's right, but did that resonate with voters at the polls? Fox 5's Randy Travis is live in Carter Country in Midtown at the campaign headquarters there. Randy, what's the vibe? What's the feeling you're getting at Carter's campaign headquarters tonight?
I got to tell you, Tom, the vibe isn't even here yet. There's very little going on. The party just getting started. Jason Carter and his wife are upstairs. We expect Jimmy Carter, his grandfather, the 39th president of the United States, to also be here a little bit later on this evening with Rosalind. Both of them campaigned pretty heavily for their grandson over the weekend. I will tell you, though, as you can sort of see over my left shoulder here, some people coming through the doors there. Some of them are also passing by here and going straight down this way because Michelle Nunn's campaign party is just on the other side of the wall to my right here. So Democrats have their choice of two parties here, and we expect to see them moving back and forth throughout the night. But the vibe, I talked to some people earlier this evening. They really, I think because of the way the polling has gone up until today, I think you ask them here, they would honestly tell you that they'll take a runoff tonight and live to fight another day, because they think that the numbers have been drifting apart somewhat here in the last few days instead of drifting closer together. A runoff would be a victory in their minds if we had that later on this evening. Of course, a runoff means 4 more weeks of campaigning, 4 more weeks of, well, this. I checked my mail over the weekend and brought a few flyers in. This is one, an anti-Jason Carter flyer. He walked away about the education. There's another one, Jason Carter's con. These were sent out by the state Republican Party. But of course, we all know that the commercials have been inundating the airwaves at Fox 5 and basically any other television station you try to watch in the last couple of months. And I checked with the Center for Public Integrity. They sat down and figured out how many campaign ads each candidate ran in this election. Listen to this. Jason Carter, he ran 11,650 ads. I think I saw all of those just this weekend. Of course, the governor, a little less, 9,261. These are just ads that the campaigns ran, not any outside PACs or the parties themselves, just the campaign. So again, 11,000 from Jason Carter, a little more than 9,000 from Nathan Deal. They spent millions of dollars. The Libertarian candidate in this race, Andrew Hunt, he's run 7 ads and spent about $1,000. So the irony here is that a guy who spent only $1,000 may pull 4, perhaps even 5%. We really don't know tonight, but that might be enough to force the other 2 guys back into a runoff to spend millions of dollars more and to have some more, perhaps less than entertaining commercials for all of us to enjoy in the next 4 weeks. Back to you.
All right, Randy, thanks so much. Long night ahead. We'll check back with you real soon. Again, Tom, those numbers trickling in now for the U.S. Senate
By the way,
race.
can I just say, the thought of 4 more weeks of those numbers?
Yeah, a lot of anxiety about that.
Take a look at this,
want it over tonight. Yeah. Yes. Looking at the U.S. Senate race.
David Purdue, 61% of the vote. Michelle Nunn, again, hundreds of votes only coming in at this point. 1% of the precincts reporting. Amanda Swafford, 2%. Joined now by Matt Towery. And Matt, you've told me that early numbers always seem to favor the Republicans. Of course, that could change dramatically as the night goes on.
Well, I know where these numbers are coming from. While we were sitting on the set, they're coming from Screven County, which is down the southern part of the state, and it is just a few hundred votes that we're seeing. But what we are seeing right now, if you recall earlier this evening, I said you can expect the Republicans to start at around 62% or so. That's exactly where we see them. So I think this is going to be a very interesting situation, because as we get closer to the metro Atlanta area, we're going to see these numbers really start to compact. And literally, if you're a Democrat, if you're Carter or you're Nunn or supporting them, you're going to be holding your breath until we get to 11:30, 12 o'clock, and we count the DeKalb numbers, count the North Fulton, count the Cobb County numbers, the Gwinnett numbers, and the surrounding areas to see if possibly the Democrats could pull off a runoff. Again, we got to look at those Libertarians. Both of them are pulling 2% right now. That's a little bit interesting, because normally the Libertarian, what they first get is what they end up with. So if that's the case, that would mean that they would both beat about 2%, which would sort of keep us away from runoff territory.
You mentioned DeKalb and Cobb. Both counties normally report pretty late, so the landscape probably won't change until later this evening.
Oh, and we've got problems in Fulton, too. I really believe what we're going to have is a logjam as we get up to about the 10, 11 o'clock hour, and everyone's going to be sitting there wringing their hands. We're going to have little drips and drabs come from these counties, but it will be quite a while. I don't think these election divisions, quite frankly, for these counties were prepared for this sort of semi-presidential type turnout. I'm guessing our turnout's going to be somewhere between the 3 and 4 million mark. for governor last year. 4 years ago, it was 2,500,000 plus some change. I think we probably picked up a good 500 to 700,000 voters. They weren't ready for it, and so that means it's going to take a lot longer to count these votes.
You'd think lessons would be learned from election to election, and in DeKalb and Fulton counties, they bring up the end of the vote tallies here.
No, it's not a matter of lessons in these places. It's passing down the tradition. This has been going on since I was this high in Georgia, and they just pass it on down to the next one and say, take over and do like I did.
Why with electronic voting does it take so long to tally?
Well, that's a great question, and I've asked that over and over, and I can't get a legitimate answer. Some of it has to do with the fact that even though you're using electronic votes, so you don't have those old Chads and Dimples and the cards and the like, you still have to get them to a central location and have them certified. So you still have folks running ballots back and forth, as best I understand. I've never understood this, though. Voting in Georgia takes too long. So many states get it out of the way so much sooner. I don't know what our problem is, and it's just, I might be honest with you, only about 5 counties that have the real problem. The rest of them seem to be able to handle it.
What do you make of all the complaints that we've been hearing since 7:30 this morning, and how will that factor into tonight's outcome?
It's probably going to be an even wash, because what you have is Attorney General Eric Holder sent observers to numerous states, including Georgia, to see if people were not being treated correctly, if there was any discrimination based on race or ethnicity or whatever. And you're always going to have some allegations with regard to that. And at the same time, because we do have that voter ID requirement where you have to show the card and the like here in this state. On the other side, I told you the story earlier about North Fulton, where people were showing up and they're snaked around the building, and you think they're massive turnout, and when it turns out to be is there's no one in the room or not enough to process their votes. So it's going to balance out on both sides in the end. I've never seen any of this stuff ever amount to really changing an election ever in Georgia, but it certainly always makes for a lot of fun and a lot of last-minute hijinks.
Yeah, there's some confusion out there because a lot of people left polls because they weren't on the roster.
And let me just say, I won't say what counties, but there were some counties, and long-time politicos will know what I'm talking about, that used to hold votes back. They would leave the doors open and say that there was a problem with the machine or whatever, and as they needed votes throughout the night, they would bring more votes in. I mean, that's just how the game was played. It's harder to do now because these places are so slow in counting the votes, they don't know how many votes they need. So it's hard to keep a polling place open and say, okay, y'all stand in line until midnight, pretend like the machines are broken down, when we don't even know if we need 20 or 20,000. So those days have sort of finally gone by.
All right, let's go back to the bigger picture here. And you got to think that if Republicans have a good night, they're going to be looking ahead to 2016.
Right.
If they regain control of the Senate, do you think that Republicans will work with the president? Will they relitigate Obamacare, and will he have to veto a bunch of bills? How do you think Washington is going to work if Republicans regain control of the Senate?
A little of both. The Republicans in the Senate are divided. The vast majority are what you would call establishment Republicans, and then you have some who are considered, quote, Tea Party, but they are even divided. Ted Cruz from Texas is considered to be the sort of big troublemaker in the Senate as far as the other members are concerned. He rattles the most chains and makes the most noise. Rand Paul, who is, of course, the son of Ron Paul, ran for president several times, who is a senator from Kentucky, he tends to be a little more, while Tea Party-ish, he's more libertarian and a little more calm and cool about the way he goes about things.
Yeah, he campaigned for McConnell.
Absolutely, and let me tell you what's going to happen. You're going to see the senators, the members of that Republican caucus or conference in the U.S. Senate, they're going to basically unanimously, with the exception of Cruz and a few others, by acclamation, make McConnell their leader.
Coalesce.
Yes, and then they're going to deal with the president because they can't afford to appear to get this mantle of authority that they fought so hard to win and immediately start throwing mud at the president. The president will do the same. The big first showdown is going to be over the so-called amnesty. The president signaled today he's going to do something big on those who are in this country, some would say illegally, but immigrants who have not qualified necessarily under citizenship. And that's probably going to be the first time we see the two sides really come down to a battle.
I was going to say anxiety here. That's the key word. America's tired of this.
We are tired of it. I'm certainly tired. I've been covering it since 1998. I'm a little tired. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. But in reality, it does ebb and flow. We do have times when government comes together, works together more. And I think right now it's usually based on strategy. And both for the White House and for these senators, the Republicans, that they do take control, there is a reason for them to appear to be a bit more moderate and work together. They can't afford to be the first one to throw a rock on the playground.
So after this election, everybody has to grow up.
For a while. Don't hold your breath and wait on politicians to grow up for a long period of time. But for a little while, yes, they have to.
Yeah, but you can look back. Politics has been just as divided, decades and decades and decades ago.
Well, ironically, I didn't start, but part of my career was as chairman for Newt Gingrich when he was Speaker of the House of Representatives. And in 1994, when we won that big wave and took over Congress, some said Newt was divisive, but in reality, Gingrich was like a powder puff compared to some of what we see now.
He forced Clinton's hand.
Well, and actually, many people don't know this. He and Clinton worked very closely behind the scenes on many of these things. The president and Speaker Gingrich never hesitated to talk by phone. You don't have that going on these days, so it has gotten worse. Quite frankly, I never thought we'd say, going back to saying Newt Gingrich was a diplomat, but he was.
It was like Reagan and Tip O'Neill.
Absolutely.
And a Republican majority in the Senate is going to do what in terms of President Obama's Supreme Court nominees?
Well, they're going to lock down. They're going to lock down on that, no question about it. That's going to be. But that becomes, unless it becomes a controversial issue involving the individual's character or whatever, that becomes something in which everyone has to finesse, because after all, you have to have a reason not to vote for someone to be on the Supreme Court.
All right, Matt Tower, stand by.
All right.
A lot of work ahead here to sort things out for us throughout the evening. Georgia Senate race could determine the balance of power. We just heard that. Right now, Democrats lead the Senate with 53 seats, but the Republicans are just a few seats behind with 45. Now, again, depending on how things go, that could change with a number of key races across the nation that we are watching tonight. Senate candidate David Purdue has touted his extensive business background as the thing that makes him the best candidate.
Fox 5's Portia Bruner is joining us now live at Purdue campaign headquarters in Buckhead. Portia, very early numbers, only a few hundred votes in, showing Purdue with 65% of the vote to Michelle Nunn's 33%. How are they feeling going into this evening?
Well, I can tell you they're feeling really confident. We actually had a chance to speak to the communications director about the potential for a runoff. She said, no way, not happening. But let me tell you who the man of the hour is right now. Just walked in to the room here at the Intercontinental Buckhead. That's former Governor Sonny Perdue. I can tell you our anchor Doug Evans just got an interview with Sonny Perdue. He is the first cousin of David Perdue, one of many Republican heavy hitters expected to make their way here this evening, along with Senator Saxby Chambliss, whose seat is now open, the one that David Perdue wants, and Senator Johnny Ogden, as well as Jack Kingston, who Purdue beat in the primaries. And then, of course, you see there Sonny Perdue. I'm told, just having had a chance to sort of eavesdrop on this conversation, he also very confident that this is going to end conclusively tonight, that there will not be a need for a runoff. Again, touting his cousin's experience as a businessman, an outsider in Washington. Now, we've talked about for a long time David Perdue being a political newcomer on a mission to win this seat vacated by Saxby Chambliss. He has spent really the last year and a half touting his experience as a seasoned businessman who would not fit in Washington. You may have seen the commercial where he actually says, I wouldn't fit in Washington, and really suggests that that is a good thing. This is a man who has run several companies in management level, senior management level positions. Of course, Dollar General, where he was credited for turning around that business, but also Sara Lee, Reebok, lots of companies. But Pillowtex is one company that you've seen in Michelle Nunn's ads, where women really kind of take shots at Purdue, saying that he really left them holding the bag, that this is a company ended up going out of business just several months after Purdue took over. I talked to the communications director for Purdue about the message that David Perdue has had for women on the campaign trail. Here's what she had to say.
David's message has been consistent throughout the campaign. He's been very focused on what we can do in terms of growing the economy and creating more jobs here in Georgia. And I think women voters in particular care about jobs and the economy, how we can make it easier for people to provide for their families. I think people feel the impacts of the economy every day, whether it's going to the grocery store or filling up their gas tanks at the pump. And I think overall people are frustrated with the fact that Washington really hasn't been producing results, and that's what David's been focused on.
David Purdue's ads following some of Michelle Nunn's ads also focused on women, featuring women, sort of questioning Nunn's credibility and really aligning her with President Barack Obama's liberal policies and his agendas. When it's all said and done, Purdue, his supporters really hoping that his outsider newcomer status as a man who is credited for turning around a lot of popular Fortune 500 companies will be what makes it stand out and make this all come to an end tonight. Everyone is watching closely. We are starting to see a number of supporters starting to make their way in, and we are also expecting at some point the candidate to make his way through the room as we hear of more people coming in. As a matter of fact, oh, I see there, that is Jack Kingston, who has just walked in. Remember, this was a veteran politician. This is the man who David Purdue beat in the July primary runoff following that May primary. He obviously here to support Purdue, hoping that this ends with a Republican going to Washington. Keep in mind, Republicans need 6 seats to basically gain control of the U.S. Senate, and that is why so many are watching this Georgia Senate race so very closely. We will certainly be in a position to turn around some of this sound from Governor Sonny Perdue as well as Jack Kingston, and we'll have, I know Doug Evans is out there getting that sound right now as well. So fluid situation here, but things certainly really starting to pick up here in Buckhead. Reporting live at David Purdue's election night headquarters, Portia Bruno, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, a lot of big players in there, Portia, with Jack Kingston and Sonny Perdue, who we've seen virtually none of during this campaign, the former governor.
Yeah, he's been very quiet, but we certainly were expecting him to show up tonight. I think the idea was that David Purdue, even though they've got the same last name, wanted to run on his experience and not just the Purdue name and really distinguish himself. Plus, you're talking about a Republican Party that really is trying to make sure that it's branding itself, rebranding itself, reaching out to people of color, reaching out to women, and reaching out to business and middle class, and sort of trying to cross a section of voters that a lot of people criticize the GOP for not reaching out to. So David Purdue really wanting to sort of stand on his own name, his own reputation, his own experience, but certainly not surprised to see the former governor here tonight to support this candidate for the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, a lot of retooling going on among many GOP candidates. Portia, thank you for that.
Yes,
want to hit on these numbers again quickly. The U.S. Senate race, very early numbers with only literally hundreds of people here represented in this poll. 65% right now for David Purdue, 33% for Michelle Nunn. Amanda Swafford, the Libertarian candidate, with 2%, again, 1% of the precincts reporting. All right, turning now to Purdue's challenger, Michelle Nunn. Nunn has promoted her ability to cross party lines to get things done as the reason voters should elect her. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is with the Nunn campaign in Midtown tonight. Deidre?
And Tom, with these polls having recently closed, you can see this room is slowly starting to fill up with Nunn supporters awaiting those election returns to start coming in. We're also told that Michelle Nunn should be arriving here sometime within the hour. As to whether or not she'll join us on the floor, we have not heard whether or not she'll choose to do so. We do believe that she will possibly be in another room watching returns with her family and friends initially before she might make her way here. Of course, she did a lot of heavy last-minute campaigning on Monday in Middle Georgia and Metro Atlanta, and then today going out mainly in the Decatur, Atlanta area, talking to voters, meeting and greeting people in restaurants, thanking them for voting. If they hadn't voted, asking them to do so, although as it turned out, we're told by her campaign that a lot of people decided to vote early. Of course, the women's vote is going to be key to her election success tonight, and while her people said that she feels very optimistic about her chances. We do know that both she and Purdue are relying on the vote, that significant block of women voters, to put them over the top. People like Barbara and Wendy, who we've just met here this evening, who are very lively voters, strong supporters of Michelle Nunn, and we thank you for joining us this evening. You really have been campaigning heavily, and you said you've really just experienced some real significant experiences on the campaign trail.
I have actually, being in neighborhoods that I wouldn't normally get to visit, and seeing people from all different walks of life, many of whom are disenfranchised from our society, don't have a chance necessarily at a good job or a good education, and seeing the thoughtful passion with which they were supporting both Michelle Nunn and Jason Carter. And I think they're yearning to be represented in Washington, and not to have someone in Washington who represents a narrow band of our society. I saw that firsthand. It was very moving to me.
Wendy, very active in politics since you were about this high. Only a few years, right? And you did say that this is the first time in recent years, as far as on the local level, the state level, you've seen this type of excitement among Democrats for a candidate.
Yeah, I feel that way. I feel that it's been a very long time since we've had an opportunity to get behind a candidate like Michelle Nunn, who really, I believe, represents a broader constituency of the voters in Georgia. And really has a very moderate but a very deliberate intent and tone to how she wants to do things and how she wants to change things. I think she really wants to work across the aisle. I think she wants to get things done. And I think that if you look at the polls and listen to the voters, that is one of the largest issues beyond the economy, is the stalemate, the dysfunction of Washington and how things are not getting done. In this past year, not one bill has been signed by our Congress, not one bill.
Barbara, she is untried, as is David Purdue. What appeals to you as far as Nunn in her campaign?
The turning point for me, quite honestly, came at the Perry State Fair, when I listened to David Purdue and tried to understand his platform. And I think everybody who heard that debate agreed that he had one platform, and that was to say disrespectful things about our president, bordering on jeering at him, and then connecting Michelle with the president. And to me, this is so both David Purdue and Michelle are untried. But what I found with Michelle is I believe that what we need now in Washington is integrity. I feel like I would vote for any person who had integrity. And David Purdue, he lost any chance of getting my vote in that moment. What I see in Michelle is that you can't even really predict exactly what her position will necessarily be, because she's thinking thoughtfully about the issues that come before her. And to me, I feel that any thinking person right now at this stage in the world is going to recognize that we're all on a precipice. Some of us are acting like it's not there, but we are all on a precipice, locally, nationally, and as a planet. And for me, right now at this time in the world, I want to be represented by a person with integrity, who is thoughtful, compassionate, and doesn't, again, just represent one small little sliver of our society. It can't work like that anymore. It's too late in the day for that.
And to tag on to that in terms of what inspires us about Michelle and having confidence in her ability to represent the state of Georgia, she's exhibited great leadership in her career so far. She's headed up a very, very important grassroots organization that brings volunteers to local communities all around the country, the Points of Light Institute, and she's done a spectacular job in leadership there. Plus, she comes from a family of politicians. I mean, her father was one of the most highly regarded and stellar senators from our state ever. So, you know, I'm sure the little acorn does not fall far from the oak, and that she will make her own roads, but that she has a great backbone backbone and a background to build from and to lead from. And I have every confidence that she can do it. And I think she will be a listener and a thinker, as Barbara was saying. And I think that she will be constantly, as opposed to being pushed into an area of decision making and direction, that she will do what she believes is right for the citizens of Georgia that elected her.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate that tonight. And just some of the viewpoints that we're hearing here on the floor, some of the thoughts being shared this evening. Just people very excited about the idea that Georgia may once again have a U.S. Senator who is a Democrat there in Congress. Of course, we're all anticipating that this is going to be a very long night, whatever the outcome. Tom, Lisa?
All right, Deidre Dukes there at the Nunn campaign with some very passionate supporters there. A bit of breaking news to get to. The first Republican Senate pickup in the state of West Virginia, Shelley Caputo, the Republican representative of that state, defeating Natalie Tennant, the Democrat. This is Jay Rockefeller's open Democratic seat. So 1 down for the Republicans, 5 to go here. The first happening in West Virginia with Shelley Caputo picking up that Senate seat. All right, Lisa is live in the studio with Alexis Scott and Dick Williams of the Georgia Gang to break down the races so far and some of the big local races making news tonight. Lisa?
I want to say welcome to both of you. Election night would not be election night without the two of you.
Thank
so
you,
we're
Lisa.
so glad you're here. You know, we got stuck in traffic, but you made it. And you made it to the polls as well. I see the I am a Georgia voter sticker. And how was it for you today?
It was misleading because my precinct, which is, by the way, the most Republican precinct in the state of Georgia, always has high turnout. It's been split in half. So when I walked in and found an empty precinct, I panicked. But in fact, it's been split in half. So
and I had
quite the opposite for you.
Experience, and mine was packed. I couldn't even get in the first time I tried, and then I went back. So I went, oh yay, this is exciting, right? But I found out they combined 3 precincts into 1. So it wasn't quite.
You had experience.
Yeah, it wasn't quite what I expected.
How practical is that? Because we started hearing those complaints early on. I think one precinct packed in 6 in all, and I don't know, is that good or bad when it comes to the voting process?
Well, I guess it depends, but it could be confusing to voters who are used to voting in one location, and then they get there and find out they have to go to another place. So that could be a problem.
I don't know why they do it, frankly. I mean, I think voting is a habit. For example, I mentioned my precinct as being the most Republican. It's also very old. The older voters have been voting there for 30, 40 years. And then they split the precinct, and I think it confuses people. I don't know why that, they don't need to do that, but they do. And in the case of my precinct, by the way, the elementary school where we traditionally voted was under construction. It was being renovated, so they had to do something.
Right. Yeah, and mine was the former West Hunter Library, which is now the Washington Park McFeeters Library, and they combined a couple of other schools, so they must be doing some work on some schools that put them in there.
You know, Lisa, everything we talk about at this point is totally anecdotal.
Right.
It's our personal experience. We're not going to have real meaningful numbers on the Georgia races till about 9 o'clock. That's always been the case, and sometimes later. But I did see one disturbing photograph that was emailed around of a precinct in North Fulton. It was in the city of Roswell, where there was a line way out the door. And then when the person who sent the email got into the actual voting area, he took a picture, which, by the way, you're not supposed to do. The Secretary of State warned us about that. Don't do it. But he took a picture, and it showed 10 or 12 inactive machines, one machine being voted. And the problem was that they had understaffed it, and there was one clerk there checking people in. So you had a line out the door. I don't understand. That's Fulton County. They've traditionally had election problems, and they don't seem to be able to fix them.
Right.
Well, moving into this, though, we weren't expecting this high voter turnout, and it seems that we had extremely high voter turnout today. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think one, that there was the open race primarily with the U.S. Senate seat, I think generated a lot of interest from people. So that really got people inspired and interested in wanting to come out and vote. I think that more than anything else. And I also think it was exciting to have the grandson of the former president of the United States in the race for governor too. So I think there was general
Well,
interest
and on the
there.
Republican side, you've got what is the same thing nationally which is you've got anger, built up anger at the perceived incompetence of the Obama administration, Obamacare, all that sort of thing. Now, for example, this I know not anecdotally but factually, in Dunwoody where I work, huge voter turnout today, and that's a solid Republican vote.
Right.
I also looked a lot at the early voting numbers, and the black vote is not, and we always make it race in Georgia because blacks vote 95% Democratic. I'm not picking on anybody here, I'm just stating the facts. The black vote appears down from 2012 and maybe down from 2010.
Well, I think we got different reports about the early voting was increased. It was up about 3%.
32%.
So we'll see what happens as the day goes on.
Another image that I saw today, Lisa, and I don't mean to jump on your question, but an image that startled me was the Nunn headquarters in Midtown, Michelle Nunn, with people there. They had so many volunteers to make calls that they were outside the campaign headquarters in the cold, sitting at card tables and making their calls. And they were young.
Yeah.
They were young volunteers. And
I noticed that
that's what's happening with Michelle Nunn.
And another thing I noticed, I took my mother to vote. She's 91 years old, and she has one of those old precincts as well. There wasn't a huge turnout there, but what I did notice when we go in, it used to be that people were standing outside with signs and posters. There was none of that. So I think the candidates put their money in the turnout. And, you know, they didn't worry about waving people in.
What about the manner in which we voted this time? Because a lot of people did early vote. And did that spark the high voter turnout today?
900,000, almost 1 million Georgians voted early.
So did that spark interest in this this midterm election and get people out to the polls today?
Well, there's two ways of looking at that. One is that the traditional version of early voting has been that that the early voters are new voters. They're the young, they're minorities, that sort of thing. But then the other argument is that the traditional voter chooses to cast the ballot early. I don't know which view is correct.
Right.
I don't think we know.
I don't know. But
we do know, for example, the Sunday voting in Georgia, in about, 11 counties, Alexis?
Yes, I think for the first time. It was not what they thought.
It wasn't all what they predicted.
Right, but Dick and I are we favor voting on Election Day.
Yes.
Voting on Election Day.
Yes.
Yeah, we've not been fans of early voting.
Well, as you know, the numbers are slowly trickling in. We have some early numbers there, I think, with still 1% of the precincts reporting in the governor's race there. Deal, of course, taking an early lead. Matt Towery predicted that early on.
And Matt also said that those votes are from a couple of counties in South Georgia where you would expect that. Let me tell you something. If Nathan Deal beat Jason Carter by 63 to 35%, Nathan Deal, who's my age, would be turning cartwheels in his hotel suite.
Right, he certainly would, and I don't think that's going to happen tonight, but he does definitely.
Alexis, how do you predict the landscape will change? We're predicting around 8 and 9 o'clock when we're starting to get the bulk of the numbers, but it could still go either way at this point.
Well, I don't know if it could go either way, but I think it still could be a runoff. I'm not sure that Jason has the firepower to win outright. But I think as the Metro Atlanta precincts start reporting in, where there are mostly Democratic votes, I think he will come up. So we'll see.
Dick, do you see the landscape drastically?
I think the Democrats' best hope, based on recent polling, is runoffs.
Right.
I don't think either Democrat, Michelle Nunn or Jason Carter, can win outright.
Right.
If you're David Purdue, for example, you've got to be very frustrated by the last poll that came out that showed him at 49.8%, 2/10 away from avoiding a runoff. So I think the Democrats' best hope is a runoff. I think it's in sight for either candidate, though I do think in the end, Governor Deal has the best chance of winning without a runoff.
I agree.
All right, well, it's going to be interesting as it all unfolds. You two will be here. We're glad you're here, and we'll check back with you real soon. Tom, back to you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Let's check out some numbers here again. This is for the governor's race with only 1% of the precincts reporting. Literally hundreds, if not a couple of thousand votes here. You can see Nathan Deal pulling 63% of the vote, Jason Carter's 35%, Andrew Hunt, the Libertarian candidate, pulling 2% of the vote. But again, very early vote tabulations here. We're very early in the evening, only just before 8 o'clock. So these numbers likely aren't representative of how the rest of the evening will go, but an early indicator of how some of the precincts are reporting across our state right now.
Yeah, Governor Deal making an early appearance to his campaign headquarters this evening, arriving about 6:40, appearing very confident, but yet very calm. We're going to head to this campaign headquarters right now. Morris Diggs, who can tell us what's happening there now. Morris?
Well, the room has filled up quite a bit since that early appearance. We're going to pan the room here for a second and show you that perhaps about 200 people have filed in here. They're very confident. They think that their candidate is going to win tonight without a runoff. I had a chance to talk with him earlier. I believe we have a portion of that interview. I asked the governor what he thinks made the difference in the outcome that he thinks will be his tonight, and he told me that he had a serious message. He said his opponent, Jason Carter, was just too vague, and he says vague just doesn't work with the voters.
I think I did fairly well. It's always difficult to solve the world's problems in 60 seconds, but I think I did fairly well in the debates.
Joining me now is Jordan Peoples. Jordan Peoples is with the Georgia Teen Republicans, and you're from Pike County, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the folks how old you are.
17 years old.
Okay. I was talking earlier, you told me that you've been going around spreading the message about Republican office holders. What's that message?
Well, policies today are affecting our future now, and if we can get our youth involved right now, we can, maybe change the policies. Like right now, we have a looming debt that, is going to affect our younger generation if we don't fix it now. So if we make this relevant to teenagers today, we can get them involved by making it pertinent to what they are going to be in the future.
Is that a little bit difficult to do with them being concerned about either their studies or dating or high school football?
It is very difficult, but if you make it known that, this is your future, this is going to be your life, and if you want to change what's going wrong in this country now, then we have to make a start somewhere.
Thank you very much. Jordan Peoples with Georgia Teen Republicans. Nathan Deal, we're not expecting him back out here tonight until he has a result that he's confident with, confident about, and at that point he'll address this crowd here. Again, folks filling in here, this is the College Football Hall of Fame. Nathan Deal was a big supporter of getting this done, and so far, everybody here seems to be into it. They think tonight will be Nathan Deal's night for a second stint as governor, and as we've been telling you, this is the last race Governor Deal hopes to run. Reporting live from downtown Atlanta, I'm Morris Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Well, Morris, we're going to, as we talk to you real quick, we're going to throw up some numbers here of the latest poll results that are in with so few of the precincts reporting so far, and Nathan Deal holding a commanding lead in the race with 62% of the vote. But I'm wondering, you spoke to the governor not too long ago, and Lisa and I were just noticing how relaxed he looks. I mean, he looks calm, cool, collected, not exhausted, and pretty confident about things. Did you find the same thing?
I did find that, and I tell you, it does not surprise me because before Nathan Deal became a household name in Georgia, throughout Georgia, I followed him during his first campaign, and frankly, I found him to be a pretty good retail politician, a pretty good shake the hand type politician. Sometimes on television, he may come off as being a little typical politician, a little bit stiff. But when he gets out among the voters, he shakes those hands as well as most anyone you've ever seen. Reporting live from downtown Atlanta, I'm Morris Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Well, we can certainly tell he has done this before. Morris Diggs, thanks so much. We will check back with you at the Deal campaign headquarters soon. We're going to take a quick look at the U.S. Senate race again with just 1% of the precincts reporting. Numbers really low at this point. We have David Purdue, 63%, and Michelle Nunn's 35%. But political analyst Matt Tyree tells us those numbers are going to change soon. Within the hour, we're going to start to see some real results, aren't we?
We are, although I have to say, this has to be encouraging to the Deal campaign. I don't have the Purdue measuring stick to use like I do the governor's race in 2010. But in the counties that I'm looking at right now, mostly smaller counties in South Georgia, Deal is running way ahead of where he did in 2010 when he defeated Roy Barnes. So that's some pretty good news for the Deal camp. What we don't know is are early voters included in that? There are a lot of things that when you get these early returns you're not sure of. But I am seeing a pattern that's also beginning to create that I think also inures to the benefit of Deal and Purdue as well. And that is the Libertarian is staying at around 2% in both of those races. Yeah. If it stays that way, it's going to be very hard for either one, Carter or Nunn, to come all the way back and force them into a runoff. I will say one last thing about this. Most of the debates that were held were seen primarily, or several of them, in the Atlanta metropolitan area. So Mr. Hunt and Ms. Swafford received more of a look-see, so to speak, by people in Atlanta. It may be that as we get into the Atlanta metro area, that Libertarian number will either stay the same or creep up a little bit, particularly for Mr. Hunt, who spent some money up here campaigning. Whether that's going to get him to 3 or 4%, we don't know. But right now, I'm the Deal camp. I'm very happy, and also the Purdue camp, very happy to see that Libertarian vote at just 2%.
Obviously, the African-American vote playing a major role here in Georgia in both the Senate and the gubernatorial races. President Obama was able in 2012 to turn out a lot of that vote. Has these two candidates been as successful this time around?
Well, in these early numbers that we're seeing, this is sort of perplexing because some of these counties that are reporting down in, particularly in South Georgia, Central South Georgia, Southeast Georgia, these are counties that do have African-American population. And yet I'm not seeing any bump. I'm seeing, if anything, a decline in terms of the vote. So I think what happened is the Democrats sought to put their apples, in essence, in one cart, and that is turning African Americans and bumping those numbers up where they really can get the big numbers, and in Fulton and DeKalb and Henry County and down in Muskogee and over in Chatham County. That's where they've been working it. We're going to wait and see if that increase in African American vote, which we know took place in the early votes when they start count, began to start to bring and narrow these numbers down. But when you have these small counties, and they're very small counties that are reporting, but where you see this African American population that lives there, and you see the fact that Deal is way ahead of where he was against Roy Barnes, you have to wonder whether they reach to those folks in those areas. Could make a difference, might not. The big votes are just not in yet, and there's plenty of room for the Democrats to come way back up, which I expect them to do. It's going to be a much tighter race.
All right, with that thought in mind, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to look at where the numbers stand so far. Again, low turnout at this point. The results will start coming in within the next hour or so. We will be here. We'll be right back. Our coverage will continue.
decide. This is special election night coverage from Fox 5 News on myfoxatlanta.com.
And good evening. I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Lisa Ram. Thank you for joining us for our special web-only live coverage of election 2014.
Hundreds of thousands of voters turned out to cast their ballots today and all throughout the early voting period. And tonight, all eyes are on the numbers as they continue to roll in for all the big races. We begin tonight with the race for governor. It has been a hard-fought battle with Republican incumbent Governor Nathan Deal and Democratic challenger State Senator Jason Carter. Both men have waged war over their stances on education and the state's budget. And the polls point to a close battle tonight.
Well, let's check out the numbers where they stand right now in the governor's race. This is an hour after the polls have closed. They are trickling in very slowly. This is 1% of the precincts reporting. Deal with 56% of the vote to Jason Carter's 42% thus far.
And let's point out that none of those numbers is from Metro Atlanta so far. Let's check in now with the Deal campaign. And Fox 5's Chris Shaw is live in Midtown at campaign headquarters. Chris, what's happening there right now?
Well, Russ, the party is going, and I think you could say the confidence is building, much like the candidate. The people here who support Governor Nathan Deal are confident right now. The Deal campaign saying the numbers that they're seeing are telling them that they're going to win this tonight. And the headline, I think, because a lot of people expected this could go into a runoff, but the headline, the Deal campaign saying right now, they would be shocked if this went to a runoff. They're that confident. And basically why they're that confident is they're looking at the voter turnout numbers in South Georgia, in places in North Metro Atlanta. These are places that heavily vote Republican. These are places where Governor Deal did well 4 years ago. They say turnout is very good there. Reports of long lines of people waiting to vote. That gives them an idea that their candidate is in the clear and should do very well tonight. Another thing that they're looking at is the last presidential election 2 years ago when Mitt Romney won the state. He won about 120 counties within the state. And the Deal campaign feels like they can really do well, and they are doing well in those states. That leaves about 30 or so counties for Jason Carter. They don't think voter turnout is going to be as high in some of those 30 counties. They feel like the combination of those things puts their candidate at the top right now. Now, a little while ago, we did hear from the Georgia commissioner of the Republican Party for the state, and he got folks riled up, told them that some of the state leaders within the Republican Party will be here shortly. Karen Handel, Jack Kingston, both two candidates who ran for U.S. Senate this year and ultimately lost to David Purdue. Those folks will be coming here. There are some state leaders in the House right now. The chairman also said that he expects this to not be such a long night. He expects a victory here at the College Football Hall of Fame where this party is being held. Other than that, the party is kind of low-key right now. A lot of people are here, but I think there's a quiet confidence, if you will. No eruptions. After seeing numbers, the folks here are watching, as you may be able to see, the Fox News channel behind me. Numbers are coming in. They are showing some of those numbers on the big screen, but not a lot of eruptions yet. I think the people here realize that there is a long way to go as far as the vote count goes, but I think there is a definite confidence in this room right now. Back to you.
Also very cool, and I think his confidence indicative of the fact that he made an early stop at the campaign headquarters about a half hour or so before the polls closed.
Yeah, that's not something we usually see, and in fact, we were a little surprised by it. His camp telling us that the governor would make a stop, and at the time, the party hadn't really started. They originally told us he was going to come and kind of shake hands of supporters. Well, there really was just reporters around at the time, so we got a chance to talk to him, and it takes me back to something he said earlier today. We got him right after he voted in Habersham County with his wife, Sandra. He gave the impression, and he said something to this effect, that he was relieved that it's over. He said, as many have suspected, that this will, in fact, be his last campaign. He's not going to run for any more office after this campaign is over with. So I think there was a sense of relief in him and a sense of satisfaction that he's done as well as he can, and he is confident, and he was very calm. And again, it all goes back to the voter turnout, and I want to show you what he said just a little while ago about voter turnout.
What do you think turned it from a deadlock contest?
The seriousness gap in this race. Governor Deal put out a platform saying, here's what I've accomplished, here are the things I'm working on, and here's what I'm going to do in the next 4 years. You never got that sort of clarity or specificity from Jason Carter. He never could tell Georgians where he stood, because to tell them the truth would have been to make him unelectable, because you cannot spend billions of dollars in new spending without raising taxes. He would raise Georgians' taxes, or he's not telling you the truth about what he would do with spending.
Okay, so that was the wrong soundbite right there, but that is a reason why the Deal campaign feels like they will ultimately win this election. It's that message right there about the economy, about the way that they say the economy has changed in the 4 years since he has been governor, and they feel like that has finally gotten through to a lot of voters, and that will be one of the things that determines this race. Voter confidence in the economy, the way the economy is headed. As one that staffer told me earlier today, a Deal staffer told me that they believe that voters out there feel the economy improving. They don't feel that it is as bad as Jason Carter has portrayed it. They are gaining confidence, and that's why they have voted to send Governor Deal back into the governor's office. Again, we are here at the College Football Hall of Fame, and if I could take a time out from the seriousness for just a second, Tom got a big kick out of last hour when I was talking to you guys, telling you that Governor Deal's school, Mercer University, actually played football against Jason Carter's law school, UGA, in the very first college football game ever played in the state of Georgia. That goes back to 1892. It was a blowout. Carter's team, UGA, won 50-0. Tom seemed to like that so much, and I hope he's listening right now. Tom, this is for you. I did a little more research, and it turns out Mercer University actually got their nickname from that game. Apparently they had a real big player on that team, and somebody from the UGA team was quoted as saying, "Whence cometh that bear?" Called him a bear, and so the Mercer University Bears nickname was born that night in 1892, and now we're talking about it in 2014 as we look at the governor's race. Has nothing to do with it,
history lesson
but
there.
I want to have a little fun.
That is the rest of the story. Let me make one final observation to you that may be some solace for the Deal campaign as they look forward to the rest of the night. I mean, Dr. Andrew Hunt is polling at 2% right now in the early returns. He performed pretty well in some of the debates. It was a relatively strong libertarian candidate. If he'd been closer to 4 or 5%, and that may happen, who knows, in the next couple of hours, but if that is the case, then we'd be more likely to perhaps have a runoff. If he stays at 2, then the governor's chances would seem to be stronger.
Yeah, and obviously common sense would tell you that, especially with what the polls have been saying about how Dr. Hunt is doing, ranging at that 5%. I will tell you what the Deal camp is telling me about that, and in these kinds of situations, it's kind of hard to tell whether what they're saying is what they actually feel or if it's spin to get the word out there. But they do not take this libertarian candidate seriously at all. Essentially, they're basically saying what we're seeing in the early numbers, the low 2%, they expect that to carry throughout the rest of the state. They didn't feel like he was a very strong libertarian candidate, and it's somebody that they're quite frankly looking past, and that's another reason why they think they'll ultimately do very well tonight.
Well, confidence reeks in the room where you are as Nathan Deal, very confident of a victory tonight. Chris Shaw, we'll check back with you real soon. Thanks. Fox 5 is also at Jason Carter's campaign headquarters tonight.
So let's go to Randy Travis with a look at what's going on in Midtown at their headquarters. Randy.
Hi, Russ. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, we're in the lobby, I guess, of the Hyatt Regency Hotel here in downtown Atlanta. A lot of very, very confident Democrats in this room, including one Max Cleland, a former Democratic senator and also Secretary of State, longtime Secretary of State here in Georgia. Tried talking to him a little bit earlier. He said they didn't want to do any on-camera interviews right now, but he is hopeful, he is confident that if they don't get a clean sweep here tonight, that perhaps they go 1 for 2 and hopefully bring Democrats back into statewide power. Now, this is what a hopeful Democrat must decide to do when they walk in here. They either have to go straight ahead to the Michelle Nunn campaign party that's just through those doors there, or they have to hang a left and go into Regency Ballroom 5 to where Jason Carter's big party is being held. I took a look a little while ago. It looks like the party for Michelle Nunn is a little more popular right now than the one here for Jason Carter. Could be because they think that the answers they'll be getting will be quicker in the Michelle Nunn campaign than over here. Hold on just a second. Pardon me. than over here in the Jason Carter one. Let's go this way. Let me show you something else out this way. Again, lots of people here in the lobby trying to hopefully see a winner tonight. And there was a state senator over here I wanted to talk to, Lester Jackson from Savannah. He serves with Jason Carter, correct?
Yes, I do.
Why'd you make the drive up here from Savannah today?
Because this is a very exciting time for Georgia. We have the opportunity to elect a man with leadership, with integrity, and with a big vision for a great state. So I'm excited. People across this great state are excited. You know, when I got up this morning, I looked at the polls, you know, and it was said it was dead even. But when I went to vote, I looked at the lines of people going to the ballot box, and they were just thumbs up for Jason Carter all around Savannah. And I stopped in Macon, I stopped in Dublin, and it's just an exciting time. The spirit of a new vision for Georgia is worth the drive.
And Jason Carter's campaign has come around and said they need a very strong African-American turnout today in order to, if not win, at least pull out a runoff and try to live to fight another day. You're saying you saw a higher than average African-American turnout in those cities?
I think what you would see when this election is over, you would see a high turnout of African-Americans, but you're going to see a lot of traditional Republicans voting for Jason Carter.
Really? Traditional Republicans?
You're going to see a lot of people that were traditional Republicans voting for Jason Carter.
And why would they do that?
Because of his vision for our great state, his stance on education, his stance on this environment, his stance on where we should go with our environment, our prison system. But greatest is our education and our economic opportunities. And he has a great vision for the state. So a lot of people are behind it.
One of the things that Governor Deal hit hard on to Jason Carter in this campaign was the fact that he didn't have any leadership in the state Senate, didn't pass any bills. You served with him in the state Senate. First of all, is that true? Did he show any leadership with you?
Well, he was our lead person when it came to Hope Scholarship. Okay, our version of the Hope Scholarship did not pass, but it was Jason's bill that was it. You know, he was our lead when it comes to our environmental issues. Jason took the lead not for our party, but he took the lead for Georgia when it comes to all the important issues. He stood up in a face of a Senate that was super majority Republicans. And the fact that he didn't pass a bill does not equate his leadership ability. But the fact he stood up for the least of us, the fact he stood up for the voiceless, the fact that he just stood up for the sake of standing up for righteousness is a sake to be behind a man like Jason Carter.
What about the whole issue involving the economy? Our state is, I believe it's still dead last as far as unemployment right now. We trail the nation. If that is indeed continuing, do you think that's a large issue in this campaign? Do you think that the people who are voting for Jason Carter are doing it because of the economy as opposed to something else?
Yeah, they're doing it because of the economy. We are 51 of 51 states and territories when it comes to economic opportunity and unemployment. We are dead last. And if we don't take a new direction, we will continue to be dead last. And people think that's important. And so they're looking at Jason for some new direction. But also when it comes to education, and part of the unemployment comes to putting out a good product. Jason is an advocate for a good education, whether it was technical or 4-year or K through 12. He understands what Georgia needs to prosper. His wife is a teacher, and so he's not just talking to talk. He's living it. He's living the talk. He's walking the walk.
If we've heard that, of course, Nathan Deal, this is his last campaign. Win or lose, the governor's not going to run again. I imagine if Jason Carter loses tonight, you expect him to run again for another statewide office.
We really don't expect Jason to lose tonight. We expect for him to be victorious, but Jason has a bright future because Georgia's future is bright.
Let's talk about worst case scenario, well, middle case scenario, that's the runoff. No incumbent governor in Georgia has ever been put into a runoff, so that would make history if Jason Carter can do that tonight. Does he win in a runoff?
He absolutely does. He absolutely runs. He absolutely wins in a runoff. That will put a lot of the incumbents people out of the game. You know, if 51% of the state don't want you on your first go around, they're not coming back the second time.
But would he need Michelle Nunn's voters as well? In fact, I mean, I know that are you going to go to Michelle Nunn's campaign as well tonight?
I will go into Michelle Nunn's campaign.
So a lot of people are going back and forth, but they're not totally together. There are some people who, well, Zell Miller, for example, he supported one but not the other. So there are some Democrats who aren't supporting one but are supporting the other. And if one is not on the ticket but the other one is, aren't they hurt by that? Whoever's still on the ticket, whoever's in a runoff in January, or if it's Michelle Nunn, or a runoff in December, if it's Jason Carter.
It's going to be difficult for both parties to bring people back a second term and a third time. It's going to be difficult for everybody. But I think the fact that people who want a change, people who are looking for new leadership, people who want to make a difference in lives, they're going to make the effort to come back to vote because it directly affects them.
Well, I guess we have a few more hours to find out if anybody's going to be coming back to vote, if there's going to be a runoff. Thank you, Senator Lester Jackson. We really appreciate you coming up here from Savannah to talk to us. So again, this is the situation. This is the scene. A lot more people probably outside here than in the campaigns right now. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
So we're just going to walk around and talk to a few more folks here as the evening wears on. We saw Ken Alexander, the former U.S. attorney, walk through here, a big supporter of these candidates. We also expect, of course, to see President Jimmy Carter, the 39th President of the United States, come down along with his wife Rosalind. They've been campaigning very heavily for their grandson in the last few weeks and days leading up to today's election. Back to you.
So thank you very much, Randy. We'll check back with you real soon. AP reporting 2 more wins for the Republican Party in the governor's races in Tennessee and in Alabama.
Yes, the incumbents reelected there.
All right, more now on that battle for Georgia's governor's job.
That's right. Remember, the leader must capture at least 50% of the vote +1 to avoid a runoff that would take place in January. Tom Haynes with Fox 5 political analyst Matt Towery with a look at how the contest is shaping up right now.
Well, Russ and Lisa, it may be early in the evening here, but there are a couple of big headlines surrounding the governor's races that we can now talk about. Number one, this race is tightening, with Deal polling 56% of the vote and Carter now polling within 42%. And number two, Deal is trending higher in counties than he did back in 2010. Tell us about that.
Well, we've looked at some of the counties, Screven County, for example, Crawford County, all these in South Georgia.
These are down in the south.
Where he is actually running about 5 to 7 points ahead of where he did against Roy Barnes.
And why is that important for the Deal campaign?
Well, it's very important because if they can have that same sort of replication in these bigger counties like Cobb County, Gwinnett and the like, they're in for a big night tonight. On the other side, the Carter group is they're sort of seeing a bigger bounce than they expected in some of these other counties that they expected to carry, like Rockdale County is just now beginning to report. But in that county, you have Carter way ahead. Just a few years ago, that would not have been the case. So I think what we're seeing tonight is because of this big turnout, we're seeing Carter is going to exceed his expectations in areas that are good for Carter. Deal is going to exceed expectations in areas that are good for Deal. We're going to have to find out if more of those areas are for Deal than Carter. Right now, with Andrew Hunt staying at 2%, that's the most important figure in this entire thing.
Let's go over to the big map and take a closer look at that. You talk about Andrew Hunt. He's going to poll higher in some of the metro Atlanta counties. You talked about that because some of these debates are seen only in the metro area and not in some of these outlying counties around the rest of the state.
Well, that's generally been the rule for libertarians, and that is they do a little better in these bedroom communities and the suburban communities around Atlanta and some of the areas up here in North Georgia. They have never really had a lot of pulling power down in South Georgia, so we could see that number pop up. But I will say, being at 2% right now, I've rarely seen it really move more than 1% more ever in a race. So about the maximum for Andrew Hunt would be 3%. If he gets to 3, Carter really puts on a surge, maybe a runoff. But right now, I have to say the Deal people have good reason to be very excited about these results. They're all popping way beyond what they expect. And as they get into these North Georgia and these bigger areas around metro Atlanta that are Republican counties, they're going to really pile up some votes.
We need to have some caution here, though, because this map looks very red. But we're, for Jason Carter, going to be looking at some of these metro Atlanta counties as they come in later tonight.
Well, Tom, you made, when you and I were talking earlier, you made a very salient point, and that is that when you look at the national map sometimes, you can see Barack Obama win with the blue, and it looks like little small dots, and then everything else is red. This is a lot of territory and not a lot of voters. But when you get into these metro areas, and the metro areas over to the, you have Columbus over to the west, you have over here Augusta, Richmond County, you have Chatham County, Bibb in the center of the state, all of those areas put together, then you're going to see those blue areas that pop out have a lot of people in them, and that's where you see the numbers begin to compact a little bit. So I wouldn't be smoking any cigars or popping any champagne bottles out into the governor's suite, but I'd be pretty happy right now. If I were Jason Carter, I'd be hoping for a big response from my ground.
Governor Deal getting that log cabin ready just in case. Matt, appearances by these candidates, since it's been so close, has been so critical in this race. Where did they spend most of their time in the state this time around?
Well, it's interesting. Carter spent a lot of his time, other than Metro Atlanta, he worked the southwestern part of the state. That's where his grandfather, of course, represented and was from, and his family farm is from, over in that area. So, of course, he's picking up some of those areas, as you see. He's picking up some blue on the southwestern side that he's not getting on the southeastern side. But they campaigned all through the state. I mean, everyone now knows where you have to go, the major metropolitan areas. Deal probably did a little more in North Georgia because Carter knew he couldn't pick up many votes up there.
Step aside for 1 second.
Certainly.
And let's look at Andrew Hunt here. And you say that the magic number here for the Libertarian candidate, really, to prevent a runoff is staying below that 5%. But we won't know that until these metro Atlanta counties come in.
Yeah, Hunt at least has to get to 3 for us to be close to a runoff, in my opinion, because you're just getting too strong of a Deal response in areas where Deal should be strong. He's really super responding right now. So Hunt's just not in the hunt right now like he needs to be.
All right, 8:21, guys, still very early in the evening as we progress here, but we're going to keep watching these counties as these vote totals come in and let you know how things change county by county. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Matt and Tom. Let's see where the race for U.S. Senate stands. Here are the early numbers coming in with 1% of the precincts reporting. David Purdue, 59% to Michelle Nunn's 40%. Matt Towery watching the Libertarian Party there with Amanda Swafford at 2% there.
And it's worth repeating that Metro Atlanta numbers are not in yet. Let's start our coverage of the U.S. Senate race with Fox 5's George Franco.
He's live at Michelle Nunn's campaign headquarters. George, what's the atmosphere like right now?
Well, Lisa and Russ, the atmosphere is actually pretty electric. Let me get these couple of people to give us a little bit of room. People are obviously here in the pit, if you will, of all the action. We have walked into what is happening here at the Michelle Nunn headquarters, and people have started arriving within the last half hour, 45 minutes after 7 o'clock. And this is a much-watched race locally and nationally. I say that because the numbers are in this direction. At least they are hoping it's going to go this way. Let me show you all of these lights over here. These are obviously our local news crews, but also a lot of national news crews. Folks across the country are watching this race because of what it will mean for the Senate balance of power in Washington, and that is crucial. This race, I was talking to the campaign director for the Nunn camp, and he tells me that they had about 7,000 volunteers who were part of getting out the vote and bringing in the vote, if you will, for Michelle Nunn, and that, they say, included all camps, the Latino area, the black area, Asian, Libertarian. They were hoping to pull some swings from some votes from that camp. They're just hoping to get as many votes as they can, and it's been a tough race from the beginning. I was in Perry, and it was a brawl, if you will, when Purdue and Nunn had a debate. With me now is George Heller. You are from Los Angeles, California.
Indeed.
What brought you to Los Angeles, California, all the way to Georgia for this race?
Yes. Of all the states that Romney won in 2012, the state that he won by the smallest margin was Georgia. So we have real opportunity here to not just turn Georgia purple, but turn it blue. And so I felt compelled to drive across the country and be here because it's not just about Georgia, this is about the country tonight.
Georgia's rules of elections say 50% plus. One vote, literally, could make the difference. So what do you see as far as a runoff, and how crucial is that for this campaign?
Well, I'm hoping that tonight she's going to bring it home and we're going to wrap it up. So I'm not actually anticipating a runoff, but if and when we have a runoff, I think it's a good opportunity for both candidates to recalibrate and figure out what they want to do differently that they didn't do the first time around.
Tell me about the changing demographics, if you will, of our state. Red state for the last decade since I've been here.
No.
Is it changing, and what do you attribute that to?
Yeah, more African Americans are coming to the state of Georgia, which is turning the state more liberal and more on the Democratic side. So I feel like you're going to see over time, whether it's this election or the next election, I think Georgia is a state that could be blue. And to have a strong Democratic presence in the South is significant. Look at Bill Clinton in Arkansas, and he was a key figure and was able to reach national prominence. We don't have a lot of strong Democrats in the South, so this is a really important race.
Thank you. That's a long trip from Los Angeles. George Heller from Los Angeles, and this is the mayor of Brunswick, Mayor Cornell Harvey. Mayor, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Tell me about, from the Brunswick angle, from the mayoral point of view, your hopeful shift in power with Michelle Nunn, and what it is about this campaign that has drawn this support.
Well, this campaign comes together. It brings a lot of energy and a lot of fire to the voters, and let them know that they can be involved in their government. A number of people feel that the voters are going to stay on the sidelines and don't get involved, but this has galvanized a lot of energy, and I think from a local standpoint, you know, we have seen people come out in droves to make sure they participate in this election.
And what about the swing votes? Do you anticipate women, minorities, somebody from the other side of the libertarian camp? Do you see that coming in this direction? The numbers are still coming in.
Well, I think the numbers are still coming in right now, but I do feel that people have really said that most of the African American and minority voters will not be coming out, and they have really put them on the sideburn. But the African American and minorities are going to show them this election that they are don't take us for granted, because we're going to come out and we're going to show that we participate just as well doing midterm elections as well as doing presidential elections.
And Mayor, I was reading in the New York Times today that if it does go to a runoff election, the advertising dollars could be as high as $100 million for that runoff. What does that say to you about reaching the voter, the dollars involved, and, if you will, the dirty campaigning? Now, these messages in the end were pretty nasty.
Right. Well, I really don't like the dirty campaign. I think that's really not what it's all about. You know, because you should speak about the good things that you can do. And I feel that even though it's going to take a lot of dollars to do that, I feel that we can and we will. You know, I know President Obama said we can, and this election we're going to show that we will.
Thank you for your time, Mayor Cornell Harvey of Brunswick. Nice to meet you, sir. So we're going to stay on this Michelle Nunn headquarters and keep bringing you the updates. But for now, in Atlanta, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you so much, George. We're going to check in now on David Purdue's camp. Fox 5's Doug Evans standing by there. Doug, what's the atmosphere like? I don't know if you can get him. All right, we're experiencing a few technical difficulties with Doug Evans, so we're going to head over to Russ. He is live in the studio with Alexis Scott and Dick Williams of the Georgia Gang to break down the races and where they stand right now, even though it's still pretty early on. Russ?
Lisa, thanks. And Dick and Alexis, thank you. We're very grateful to have all your experience. Both of you have spent decades watching and writing about Georgia politics. So, Alexis, where do you think things stand right now? Do you think we're going to have runoffs in these races?
Well, I think we have the potential, but right now it's looking pretty good for Governor Deal. I think he may pull this off without a runoff, but I think with the U.S. Senate race, there is a potential there, particularly if the independent, the libertarian candidates show up in numbers, which we really won't know until the metro numbers come in. So there is a potential for a runoff, but it's looking pretty good for the red state tonight.
Yeah. I'm interested in your opinion about this, and let me ask you to reflect on this. I asked one of our viewers to tweet us, or all of our viewers to tweet us, and the Beardsman says, if this goes to a runoff, I am smashing my TV. I can't take any more ads. So I wonder whether people who might have otherwise has voted for a Libertarian might say, no, we've got to decide this today.
That could be, but I also think there's a long history in Georgia politics of the Libertarian candidates showing some promise, then fading. Now, there's also a difference in the two Libertarian candidates. Amanda Swofford, who is the Libertarian in the Senate race with David Perdue and Michelle Nunn, is a weak candidate. She didn't really, if you watch the debates, and you moderated the big one, she didn't really have much substance or grasp of the issues. Andrew Hunt, in the governor's race, is at least talkative, loquacious, and seems to have a set of positions that he's willing to run on. And so she's running at 2%, and I agree with Alexis. I think that means that diminishes the chances of a runoff in the Senate race. And for my part, I think Governor Deal is now on track to win outright. But there's so many votes to come. Who knows?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Especially once, we're waiting for Metro Atlanta to come in. So we'll see. That's where a lot of the Democratic stronghold is.
Exactly. DeKalb County always so late to come in, and Fulton County too, for that matter, which you've got to wonder why that's the case in this day and age when everything's so electronic.
And earlier we mentioned the continued persistent voting problems in Fulton County, and the state essentially did an intervention with Fulton County, kind of a takeover.
Right.
And apparently there were still problems today. The problems in DeKalb, by the way, that I observed during the day working in DeKalb County, were minor. There wasn't any massive sort of things going wrong. But so maybe they'll come in a little bit earlier. But with the computer voting, why are the returns so late?
Well, the problem is the logistics. Fulton County is 80 miles end to end, so they've got to come in. They have to bring it in, even though everything's in the computer. They have to bring in all the paperwork and those little chips we got to vote on. So all that takes time to turn that in.
Let's add some perspective. Go ahead.
Well, I think what I saw in turnout today, admittedly a limited view, I think there is a national mood against President Obama and certain incumbents. And I think it's mirrored in Georgia that we had strong turnout in Republican areas. I wasn't sure about that. Early voting favored African American voters and Democrats. Matt Towery said, each candidate for governor seems to be overperforming in his area. But my sense is that the anti-Obama sentiment is driving a lot of Republican voters who may not really care if Nathan Deal's the governor or David Perdue is the U.S. senator.
Right.
They're voting for something bigger.
A referendum on the president. What do you think about that?
I also think on the opposite side for African American voters, they're coming out in greater numbers than they did in the last midterm election. And in some cases, they said there may be more of them voting than even in 12. So, in fact, they were in the early voting. So
but the magic number,
I think it's having the same effect.
Yeah. There's a magic number here. If the African American turnout is 28%, that favors the Republicans. If that African American turnout crests to 30 or more %, it favors the Democrats. And that's what Michelle Nunn has got to see happen. She's got to get that black turnout up over 30%. If you follow the polls and Matt Towery and the others, there was constant debate among pollsters, which I don't think I've ever seen before, sniping at each other on how they built their sample.
Right. And how many African Americans would turn out.
How big would the black vote be, And I thought it was kind of amusing.
Well, you have to wonder how many African Americans might have taken it personally that there were so many ads in Georgia attacking the president.
That's right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a counterpoint of what Dick was saying, that while there is a referendum against the performance of the president, it's inspiring the support from his loyal base.
Can I make one last point?
Please.
I talked to the communications person for David Perdue, and I asked her, this was a couple weeks ago, and I said, how's it going? Of course, she spun it all positively. I said, what's your worst nightmare? And she echoed you and that person on Twitter. She said, the worst nightmare is that the Senate race is a runoff. And that
2 months.
Yes, and that control of the U.S. Senate depends on that runoff.
It could happen.
It could happen, and you would see so much national money and so much national foot soldiers come out.
Right.
It would be unbelievable. And that person on Twitter would have to either slash his or her wrist, destroy the TV, or move to Guam.
Cut the cord and read a book for 2 months. Really.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. You're very generous to share your long perspective with us, and we appreciate you being here.
Great.
Lisa, back to you.
All right. Well, speaking of the U.S. Senate race here, we're going to check in on the David Perdue's campaign headquarters. Fox 5's Doug Evans standing by for us. Doug, what's the mood there?
Lisa, the mood is very good. They're very confident here as well, just like Nathan Deal's campaign. This campaign is very, very confident that there will not be a runoff in this election. They say that they can win it outright tonight. Now, they have been in a very, very good mood here at the Intercontinental Hotel here in Buckhead. It has been a very relaxed mood, a tone that was set by the candidate himself earlier today. When we talked with him at one of the campaign headquarters here in Atlanta, he was very relaxed. He was joking. He was in a good mood. He had said that he was just a little stressed, said that he slept well last night, slept like a baby, he said. Said he got up every 2 hours crying and screaming, but he was joking. He wasn't serious. Listen, we talked to another Purdue in the room tonight, Sonny Purdue, who is the cousin of David Purdue and who is also the former governor of Georgia. I asked him whether he had given any advice to his cousin about running for the U.S. Senate. Here's what he had to say. Okay, we don't have that sound. Let me tell you what he had to say. He said, listen, he said to David, you've had a good career, you've had a good life, you have a good retirement ahead of you. Why would you want to run for public office? He tried to talk him out of it. This was 2 years ago. Governor Purdue said that David Purdue was very worried about the direction of the country. He was worried as a grandfather about where we were headed as a country. So he and his wife, Bonnie, had made the decision to get into this race. He says that David Purdue just could have gone about his business. He is affluent. He's had a successful career. He lives in a beautiful home on the coast. This is a guy who didn't need the headaches of public life, but decided to get into it anyway. And he says that's the kind of commitment that he brings to this campaign and to the election. Let's take a look around here and just show you what's going on. Sonny Purdue has been working the room. We expect to see others here as well, notable Republicans. Saxby Chambliss is expected to be here tonight, and why wouldn't he be? It's his retirement that is causing this open seat that Michelle Nunn and David Purdue are running for. We know that Senator Johnny Isakson will be here as well. Congressman Jack Kingston was here briefly. We saw him, and we'd hoped to get a word with him, but he has said he was going to come back, and we haven't seen him yet come back into the room. Of course, David Purdue beat Jack Kingston in a runoff over the summer in the primary to emerge as the Republican candidate for the U.S. Senate from Georgia. So that's the very latest from this campaign. No runoff is what they're saying, but they do say it could be a long night. They're at least conceding that. Back to you guys.
All right, Doug, thanks very much. We want to keep you up to date on the national picture as well. We appreciate you sticking with us for our local coverage, but we want to tell you that there's been another Republican pickup, and this in Arkansas. The Democratic incumbent Mark Pryor has been defeated by the Republican Tom Cotton. So that's 2 of the 6 pickups that the Republicans would need to take control of the U.S. Senate in Washington.
All right, back at home, there are a number of other races here in Georgia that we want to tell you about tonight, including state school superintendent. That race is the only statewide executive office on the ballot without an incumbent. Current state superintendent John Barge ran for governor and lost in the primary election. Again, looking at the numbers there, with 8% of the precincts reporting there. All right, we're going to take a quick break so we can update our television audience, but stay tuned. We'll be right back and keep you updated on election 2014. So please stay with us. morning to you. The polls have been closed for almost 2 hours now, and we're beginning to get a look at the results in the race for Georgia governor and U.S. Senate.
Emphasis on the word beginning. First, let's get a look at the governor's race. There you can see with 11% of the precincts reporting, Governor Deal has 60% of the vote so far. Jason Carter 38%, the Libertarian Andrew Hunt with 2%. But again, most of these numbers, are from Central and South Georgia, none from Metro Atlanta so far.
Yeah, the polls have shown a tight race between Republican Nathan Deal and Democrat Jason Carter from the very beginning. But as Russ said, it's early on in this. It's similar in the Senate race. Let's take a look at the numbers there.
David Purdue was 61% of the vote, again with 11% of the precincts reporting. Michelle Nunn with 37, Amanda Swafford 2.
All right, stay with Fox 5 News and our Fox 5 Atlanta YouTube channel. Good night.
Tonight, you decide. This is special election night coverage from Fox 5 News on myfoxatlanta.com.
And welcome back. I'm Russ Spencer. Thanks for joining us for our live election 2014 coverage here on myfoxatlanta.com and on our Fox 5 YouTube page. Let's look at the results, the latest results that we have so far, beginning with the governor's race. With 14% of the precincts reporting now, some more numbers coming in. Governor Deal has 60% of the vote to Jason Carter's 38%. Andrew Young, 2%. We expect this to tighten as the night goes on. How much, of course, is the big question. On the Senate side, again, with 14% of the precincts reporting, David Purdue, the Republican, with 61% of the vote so far. Michelle Nunn, 38%. Amanda Swafford, 2% in the early going. Again, these numbers do not reflect much of Metro Atlanta or the northern part of the state where Democrats are stronger. Now, Lisa is right now with Jeff Dickerson and Phil Kent with the Georgia Gang to bring us up to date on their perspective on what's happening.
Phil, so good to have you as always. We're sitting here looking at the numbers that are coming in, and they are trickling in, so that no way to gauge anything at this point. What do you think, Jeff?
Well, one thing that we know is that there's not a very big margin there for the Libertarian candidate. At 2%, if that maintains at about 2%, the likelihood that we're going to have runoffs in these races, those two main races, the governor's race and the U.S. Senate race, is not very great. I think that in order to see a runoff in these races, you're going to have to get 4, 5, 6% before we'd be looking at a runoff.
Phil, what shot that idea of runoffs out the window? Because we have been talking about that for some time now. Polls were indicating that it was very likely that both of these key races would go to a runoff, but now we're not so sure.
Well, that's right, and Jeff's making a good point with the Libertarian vote. If it's hovering around 2 or 3, there's not going to be that chance of a runoff. And also, we saw over the weekend with the Fox 5 Insider Advantage poll, there was still about 6 or 7% undecided. That, of course, obviously is breaking. And usually, and we've talked about this, Jeff, usually there's about half that are going to be going to Republicans and maybe half that just don't vote. And we've talked a little bit about the heavy turnout in some of the Republican counties like Cobb. You're getting some exit interviews and things like that. So it could be shaping up, at least in the U.S. Senate race, maybe the governor's race, no runoffs.
What changed here, Jeff, to force this heavy turnout that we're seeing here? We didn't think so many people would turn out. We had a lot going on in early voting, but we didn't think so many people would go to the polls, and they did.
You're exactly right, Lisa. The end of these campaigns, those final weeks and days, a lot of heavy campaigning around the state. From all 4 of the major candidates in these 2 major races in the state. The TV advertising has just blitzed the marketplace. And I think that voters are just really concerned about the future of our state and the future of the nation. And that's why we're seeing heavy turnout among Democrats and Republicans.
Republicans nationwide have already picked up some key races, governor's races and Senate races. How will that translate here in Georgia, or will it?
Well, we were speculating on the Georgia game this past Sunday. Will this national wave that Republicans are experiencing in some other states come to Georgia? I think it might.
Obviously, what we're going to see is those margins narrowing considerably as we move closer and closer to Metro Atlanta.
Who turned out and who didn't turn out? We've been saying all along that the female vote was very important, and they did turn out and support it, but African Americans didn't turn out so much at the polls today.
No, in fact, around noon and 1 o'clock, some of my Democrat friends, Jeff, you may have heard this, were very concerned that going well in some of the metro areas. It was going well in traditionally Democrat South DeKalb, but in Cobb County, as you know, that's the biggest Republican turnout county. That was very heavy. And of course, Fulton County, DeKalb County, and Cobb, guess what? They're the latest counties to always come in. You're going to be up late, Lisa.
Always. Jeff, Governor Deal appeared at his campaign headquarters early on, 6:30, before the polls even called. Very confident, very cool.
Yes.
What does that say to you?
that they're looking at the exit polls, and they think that they're going to have a margin. It's not going to be a great margin, obviously. This has been a very competitive race. These races have been closer, and we've talked about this on the show. These races have been closer than anyone would have imagined in a state as Republican as Georgia. And that's a credit to Democrats and these candidates. But I think that the governor's been looking at those polling numbers throughout the day, and that's the reason for his optimism.
Jason Carter, critics say he ran a pretty good campaign. Were you impressed with this first time around 39-year-old?
You know, I'll give anyone.
Descendant of Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, I'll give anyone credit that gets in the arena and they get bloodied. You got to give everybody credit. Although I was surprised that he didn't campaign a little harder on the ethics issue with regard to Governor Deal. I thought he would hammer that more and more. You did too. I thought he missed an opportunity there. That's good for the Republicans and good for Nathan Deal.
Are you surprised that he had someone in his back pocket that could have advised him, who was a former president?
You know, I think Granddad had to be careful in advising, but I just think the advisors for Jason Carter, they really didn't get it together at the end. You know, he made some rookie mistakes. Deal is a veteran politician. I think on education, and Jeff and I have debated this back and forth on our broadcast, I think that Deal was very strong when he came for parental choice. That's an issue that independents, African Americans, women, they like parental choice. Jason Carter was on the wrong side, in my opinion.
Win or lose, what's there to be said about Michelle Nunn's campaign?
Well, you know, again, a rookie politician. Over the course of the recession, we've lost, and we've got the issue with what we're going to do with Obamacare and the loss of some $30 billion in federal aid for people who need health care in Georgia. And so I think that as people look at those issues and know what's at stake, they're getting out and they're voting for the candidate. And of course, she's really energized the female vote, and that's a good thing.
Voters expressing a lot of anxiety here. Do you think there's enough oomph for us to support 2 runoff races if it comes down to that?
You know, I'm not sure the answer to that question. I think we might see no runoffs. I think Jeff's right. Both sides have been mobilized. I do think this, though. I think the women vote, and it'd be interesting to see the final totals, may have split. The Democrats traditionally have done a little better with the female vote, but I think that Michelle Nunn ran some good TV ads. I think David Purdue in the last week countered very well. He did very well in the debate. And so I think that's what pushed up the Purdue numbers in the end.
As always, a wonderful perspective from both of you. And I think you're going to be with us. You're going to be up all night with us, right?
That's right. I got to keep an eye on him, Lisa.
All right, more to come. It's going to get exciting soon. So we're going to head over to Russ with more on our coverage tonight. Russ?
Right, Lisa and gentlemen, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And we have one congressional district in North Georgia to call to tell you about. The 9th District. Doug Collins, the Republican, has won the election there over David Vogel. That incorporates Hall, Banks, Dawson, and Forsyth counties and some others there in the northern arc of Georgia. Again, Doug Collins has been elected to the 9th District congressional seat there. We'll be back with more coverage of tonight's big races as we get closer to having final numbers at the polls. Again, it's going to be a long night, but here's a look at where things stand right now with about 15% of precincts reporting statewide. We'll be right back.
you decide. This is special election night coverage from Fox 5 News on myfoxatlanta.com.
And good evening to you. The polls are closed, the votes are in, and tonight we're getting a closer look at learning the winners of Georgia's big races on this election day. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sine Simpson.
And I'm Russ Spencer. Thank you for joining us for our special live coverage of the general election on myfoxatlanta.com and our Fox 5 YouTube channel as well.
So after months of tense debates, endorsements, and yes, plenty of negative ads as well, it's all come down to tonight.
And we have a team of reporters, photographers, and producers covering all the big races in the state as we get closer to finding out whether there are runoffs in our future. Let's take a look at the latest numbers right now in the governor's race. This now with 22% of the precincts reporting. Governor Nathan Deal with 58% of the vote. The Democrat Jason Carter with 40%, and the Libertarian Andrew Hunt with 2% at the moment.
All right, let's also take a look at where the race for U.S. Senate stands right now between David Purdue and Michelle Nunn. Here you can see with just 22% of the precincts reporting, David Purdue now with 59%, Michelle Nunn trailing with 39%, and Libertarian candidate Amanda Swafford with 2%.
Again, we have reporters at all the main locations tonight. We're going to begin with Chris Shaw, who's with Governor Deal's campaign. Chris.
Well, Russ, we're a packed house here right now at the College Football Hall of Fame, where Governor Deal's party is. A lot of people here, and I have to warn you, if you hear big cheering, if you hear a loud noise in the next couple of minutes, that's probably going to be Governor Deal. We are told that he is going to come down. He's in a suite in an upper level of the Hall of Fame. We're told he's going to come down and meet with supporters any minute now, so we will try to bring that to you live. I can tell you Governor Deal got here earlier this evening before polls even closed, about 6:30 tonight. Initially, he was coming to greet with supporters. Then, unfortunately, the party hadn't really started yet, so he did talk with the media. He told us that he is hopeful, he is confident, and in a way, he almost seemed relieved. Earlier today, he talked about how this was going to be his last campaign. Win or lose, he's not going to run for any more office, and there was a sense of relief in his voice, a sense that he had done the best he could. He was proud of the campaign that he had run. He was proud of his career, and he was going to leave it in the voters' hands. Again, we are expecting the governor to come down here at any minute, but huge crowd here tonight. You can probably see all the people behind me. In the last few minutes, it has really intensified the number of people here who are here. Like I said, we're at the College Football Hall of Fame. We're standing right now on an AstroTurf field, so in a sense, it's like the Republicans have stormed the field. A lot of people here right now, including some very top members of the Republican Party in the state of Georgia. Saxby Chambliss is here. He just arrived. Senator Johnny Isakson is also here. Karen Handel, who ran in the primary for U.S. Senator, she spoke just a few minutes ago. She said this is going to be not just a good night for Georgia Republicans, it's going to be a great night. And I think that really demonstrates the confidence that we're seeing here. I've been to many political parties like this, and on nights where the race seems close or there's a chance that the candidate's going to lose, there's a little bit of tension in the air. There's a lot of people watching the TVs closely, waiting for any kind of number to come in, and you'll hear the big cheers when the numbers are going their candidate's way, or you'll kind of hear the sighs or the air being let out of the room when the numbers don't go their candidate's way. I can tell you there's not that kind of tension in this room at all. As you can probably see behind me, they are watching the Fox News Channel coverage of this election on the big screen here at the College Football Hall of Fame, but not a lot of people with their eyes glued to the screens, and I think that speaks to the confidence level here. We've heard from the Deal campaign that they really believe that this is not going to be close. In fact, as I've been saying tonight, one aide told me that he will be shocked if this is even close enough to go to a runoff. They believe Nathan Deal will get to that 50% mark to avoid the runoff, and they believe he'll get there comfortably. The reasons they believe that are many, but mostly they have to do with voter turnout. In the areas where Republicans always do well in this state, we're talking South Georgia, we're talking North Georgia, maybe even the outer northern sections of Metro Atlanta. They are seeing high voter turnout there. That's giving these folks here in this room a lot of confidence, and they believe that the next time they see Governor Deal, after he arrives and meets with them right now, he will be giving a victory speech. Back to you.
All right, certainly hoping for a touchdown there on the field at the College Football Hall of Fame. Chris, thanks so much for your continuing coverage.
All right, we're going to turn now to the Carter campaign. Denise Dillon is there. And Denise, only 22% of the precincts reporting so far. Just partial numbers from Metro Atlanta, none from Gwinnett County at all yet so far, according to the Secretary of State's website. So they could make the case that this is far from being over.
Well, I'm not really exactly sure what you're saying because it's getting a little loud in here, but I can tell you that the crowd here at Jason Carty's viewing party has gotten a lot larger just in the last hour or two as people are steadily coming in. I just ran into Fulton County Commission Chair John Eves, who is here, and we were talking a little bit about the early voting. You did not vote. You voted early, not today, but a huge difference in Fulton County with the early voting numbers.
Without question. So we started early voting on October the 13th. And we had 95,000 people to vote in Fulton County. This compares to only 40,000 who voted in 2010. So they've more than double. And so I believe that that momentum that started, particularly with Sunday voting, the souls to the polls, the faith-based community getting energized and encouraging their parishioners to go out to vote after church, really has cascaded, I believe, to today, where hopefully we got a good turnout on Election Day.
And that's exactly what the Carter camp wanted, was big numbers turning out. Now I wanted to get your little personal background here. You have known Jason Carter for many, many years, back to the days of his time in the Peace Corps.
Exactly. So Jason, he served in the Peace Corps in South Africa. He actually worked in KwaZulu-Natal area, and he was a great volunteer. He wrote a book about his experiences. When he came back from the Peace Corps, when I was the Southeastern Regional Director of Peace Corps, we worked very closely together in terms of organizing an event that honored his great-grandmother, Miss Lillian, who was a Peace Corps volunteer back in the 1960s. She served in India, and so she served in her mid to late 60s. And so Jason and I had a strong connection back then. He's a great guy, service, and he's also a great leader.
I know you have a big connection with Michelle Nunn as well. You'll be stepping out of this ballroom into the next one and keeping an eye on both.
I think we had two great candidates at the top of the slate. I know both of them personally. We were out on the campaign trail together, and people responded very well to both of them, and they'll be great leaders for the state of Georgia. I'm just hopeful that the votes come in their favor. I'm optimistic, but of course we won't know until the final vote has been tallied.
All right, that's right. It could be a very long night for all of us. All right, thank you so much, Commissioner. Appreciate your time. All right, again, it's getting louder. More people are coming in. I'm doing a lot of dancing here as well. Reporting live from the Jason Carter campaign viewing party today, still in Fox 5 News.
Denise, I'm going to raise my voice in the hope that you might be able to hear us. We're seeing a lot of optimism at the Deal campaign headquarters at the College Football Hall of Fame. I mean, they really sound like they don't think there's going to be a runoff. They're optimistic they're going to win tonight. But I don't sense any lack of optimism there.
Yes, they are still, if I got your question correctly, they are still hoping that there will be a runoff. They would consider a runoff a victory here tonight, and they think they can do it. They are optimistic. They're ready to stick it out and stay in here. They're ready for the long haul.
All right, we can hear Wham blasting there in the background. Certainly a party going on. So we appreciate it, Denise, and we'll be checking back with you throughout the evening. Of course, we will have much more on the battle for governor and for U.S. Senate.
Tom Haynes, in fact, is with Fox 5 political analyst Matt Towery to look at how both of those races are shaping up. Gentlemen?
All right, guys, we got a big race, a couple of them on our hands tonight. In terms of the governor's race, Matt, we're looking at the map here. The red is becoming more pronounced on the map. Let's look at the metro area counties. And you and I were talking just a moment ago. When does it become more difficult for Jason Carter to sort of make up ground in the late going here?
The answer is right now. Here's what's happened. In all of this area, Southeast, South Georgia, Deal has done better than he did last time when he ran against Roy Barnes. He's eking out more Republican vote. North Georgia, once again, he was strong last time, but he's really getting massive Republican votes that time as well. So as we go through this time period, we're seeing, as we get to Metro Atlanta, you get Cobb, for example. Cobb County is going to be a county that was thought to be transitioning Democrat, but with these massive Republican numbers, you're going to squeeze more Republican vote out of Cobb. It's going to bring more to deal. I don't see a path for Jason Carter to get to a runoff. He might be able to if Fulton and DeKalb turn out really strong, as Chairman Eves was talking about just a minute ago. But unless that happens, this is getting really dim for the Carter
So you're
campaign.
breaking a bit of news right now, saying that it's getting more and more difficult for Carter to get a path past that.
I think the Carter campaign thinks they have to get 70% in Metro Atlanta, and I don't think they can get it.
I want to walk you over to the big board now so we can widen the perspective a little bit. Andrew Hunt also underperforming. Some of these metro counties not coming in as strongly as he would have liked tonight.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, Andrew Hunt, he actually has ticked up a little bit in terms of his raw percentage, but not enough to get to that magic 3% that could give us the possibility of a runoff. So as we look at Metro Atlanta, and it starts to fill in, and yes, it is looking blue, so to speak. Fulton's reporting, DeKalb's reporting, Rockdale's reporting, Henry reporting. Those are all going to be primarily, at least to the majority, Democratic votes. But then you're going to have Cobb come roaring in. You're going to have Gwinnett come roaring in. And there really then won't be much left in this state. We only have a little over 1 million votes counted, and we had 900,000 that were early votes. So there's still a lot of votes to come. So the Carter folks have this hope that those votes will put them back in the race. But they've got very little time to pull that off.
Let's talk about some of these substantial returns coming in for Governor Nathan Deal, predominantly in the northern part of the state. I mean, you just look at that. That is pretty remarkable. And in the southeastern part of the state as well.
Yes, and as we mentioned earlier, in most of these southeastern and south Georgia counties, you saw Nathan Deal 7 and 8 points above what he got against Roy Barnes, a former governor, just 4 years ago. And I have to be honest with you, except for the possibility of this voter increase for Jason Carter in the metro area, it's entirely possible that Carter may not leap above what Roy Barnes achieved, which was about 44-45% in the last race. I mean, that may be the ceiling for these Democrats tonight.
I know these metro Atlanta counties come in later than some of the rest of the state, but looking at this map, do you see a way where Jason Carter can come around and fill in some of these other counties with blue and sort of come from behind and challenge Governor Nathan Deal?
Well, I don't think you have all Muskogee. That's going to be some votes for Carter. I think he's going to fill in some votes, probably for a little bit more of Chatham to come. Where he really could possibly make some real votes up is if he cuts into the Cobb numbers. In other words, if you see him getting into a higher number than Barnes got in Cobb, and then able to go into Gwinnett, which has become more diverse in its population and a little less Republican, and then really sock it to them in DeKalb and Fulton with huge numbers, yeah, this thing could get really close. But you'd also need Andrew Hunt over here to get about a 0.5 percentage point up, too, in order to get to a runoff.
All right, we'll check and see if some of the Senate numbers are paralleling what we're seeing in the governor's race. Guys, this is obviously widening as we go here. The question is, can Jason Carter narrow the gap that he's facing right now with Governor Nathan Deal? As Matt Towery just explained to us, as the later we get, the harder and harder it's looking like for Jason Carter to achieve. Yeah. Back to you.
The gap is still very sizable. Thank you, gentlemen, for your perspective. We appreciate
it. We'll have to see that overwhelming support here in Metro Atlanta. Well, we hope simultaneous to watching us online that you have your television locked on Fox 5 News. We're going to have a quick television update with more coverage of tonight's big races as we get closer to having the final numbers at the polls. Here's where things stand right now. Stay with us. Good evening to you. We could be in for a very late night as election results are just beginning to come in.
Let's start with the race for U.S. Senate. Fox News is projecting 2 GOP seats gained in the Senate so far in West Virginia and in Arkansas. And here are the results here in Georgia in the Senate race. David Purdue with 58% of the vote so far, with 34% of the precincts reporting. Michelle Nunn 40%, Amanda Swafford 2%.
And in the race for governor, let's take a look. We've got some numbers here. Nathan Deal at 57%, Jason Carter 40%, and Libertarian Andrew Hunt at 2% with 34% reporting. We invite you to stay with us for continuous live team coverage on our Fox 5 Atlanta YouTube channel. And join us tonight. We'll have much more on Fox 5 News at 10.
Tonight, you decide. This is special election night coverage from Fox 5 News on myfoxatlanta.com.
And we are back with our coverage of Georgia's general election. We appreciate you staying with us. Let's take a look first at where the race for governor stands right now. With 37% of the precincts reporting now, Governor Deal still with a commanding 18 percentage point lead. 58% to 40% for Jason Carter, the Libertarian Andrew Hunt with 2%.
Let's also see what the race for U.S. Senate stands right now between David Purdue and Michelle Nunn. Here you see David Purdue at 59%, this with 37% of the precincts reporting. Michelle Nunn at 40% and Amanda Swafford at 2%. Now, Fox 5 has live team coverage of the races that have had all of our attention this campaign season, from governor to U.S. Senate. A lot at stake here.
We're going to turn now to Portia Bruner. She's with the David Purdue campaign tonight. Portia.
Yeah, I can tell you, Senator Johnny Isakson just made his way through the room here at the Intercontinental Buckhead, still mixing and mingling with some folks here. Spoke briefly about his advice that he has given David Purdue, talking about not reacting to the numbers too early. Don't go with the highs and the lows, sort of keep it even. This is a man who's been through many campaigns and knows this very well. That being said, they're very encouraged here at David Purdue's headquarters. Now take a look at some of the video from not long ago when former Governor Sonny Perdue worked the room talking to supporters. He also talked a lot about the advice that he's given his first cousin, David Purdue, about running as an outsider, as a person who has really touted his experience as a seasoned businessman. Here's some of the advice that he's shared, and explained also why his cousin decided to run for the Senate.
What I sensed in David's heart at that time, he was so compelled about the direction of our country, so concerned about its debt, so concerned about the burden we're passing along to future generations, that he came back and said, I've got to do this. I think I can make a difference. And I said, I'll do everything I can to help you.
And part of that is being a part of this evening tonight. Now, we really haven't seen much of the former governor during the campaign trail. We really still have got the sense that Mr. Purdue, David Purdue that is, sort of wanted to run on his own name, his experience. After all, we're talking about a man who's worked in corporate America almost all of his adult life and is credited, touted really for turning stores like Dollar General around, revolutionizing how Reebok did business, and also worked at a senior executive level with Sara Lee. Now, where you saw him getting hit, especially from some of those Michelle Nunn ads, was with the company Pillowtex. That's a textile company in North Carolina. I'm sure you're quite quite familiar with those ads. You see several women talking about how they were, quote, left hanging, holding the bag. They're referring to the textile company going out of business several months after Purdue took over. Had a chance to talk to a spokesman tonight who says that really, obviously, that was politics, that the message to men and women, young, old, black, white, Hispanic, the whole audience of voters that the GOP is trying to reach through Purdue was very consistent, that this was about going to Washington as an outsider, even touting the fact that he doesn't really necessarily fit in Washington, and that would be a good thing, that his ability to turn businesses around and really from a financial standpoint really makes a difference, would make a difference in Washington. Even Senator Isaacson sort of referenced that as he was talking to the press just a few minutes ago, saying that he has seen businessmen come to Washington and not necessarily shake things up or turn things upside down, but really have a really effective way of interacting with other politicians and working across the aisle when necessary to get things done. He says that that is what he is certainly expecting tonight to happen. We haven't met anyone tonight that's expecting this is going to end in a runoff. Everyone very confident that this is going to end with David Perdue ultimately going to Washington. Reporting live in Buckhead, Portia Bruner, Fox 5 News.
And if that happens, it may be turnout that's the key. All right, Portia, thanks very much.
Yes, all right, well, we want to check in with Purdue's competitor, Michelle Nunn. We have our George Franco there at the Hyatt Regency Hotel downtown. And George, I understand that Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed just arrived there.
Sine and Russ, Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed just arrived here a little while ago, and he is milling about with the audience right now, which tells you a little bit about the inclusiveness of this camp. And what we've been seeing for the evening is what's happening behind me at that big screen. Michelle Nunn, various campaign pictures of her involved in activities which this camp says shows her commitment to, quote, the real voter. That term kept being used tonight several times by some of the campaign folks I was talking to. But with the numbers of 34% of the precincts in, with Purdue at 58%, Nunn at 40%, those numbers are going to be critical, and those real voters have yet to show up in big numbers and take this camp where it needs it to be. I spoke to the Michelle Nunn's father a little while ago, former Georgia Senator Sam Nunn, and he said that he's very proud of his daughter. And I asked him about name recognition, and yes, he said that Sam Nunn, the former Georgia Senator, a lot of people do know, but he also said that there are a lot of new Georgians and that have gone to the polls this year who may not know who he is. So it does matter, he said, that there was an army, literally, of about 6,000 volunteers to help out during this campaign.
Well, I was out today with a lot of the volunteers, and I was over to headquarters and went out to Gwinnett County where they were having phone banks, and these people are dedicated. They really are working hard. This is what democracy is all about. We got an awful lot of people who have what I call sweat equity now involved in Georgia's future and in our country's future. I think that's very healthy, whatever the outcome of the race.
And the outcome of the race is still an optimistic tone for this crowd tonight, because they are telling me that while the numbers at this point show 58-40 with Purdue taking an early lead, that the night clearly is not over, and Georgia has a way of doing this, that the numbers out there in the rural parts of our state first come in, and then the Metro Atlanta numbers come in. And as Matt Towery was saying, there's still a lot of votes to be counted, so this night still is not over. And this camp here at the Michelle Nunn campaign headquarters are saying that they're in it for the long haul, hoping for a win. Reporting live tonight in Atlanta, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, the big question, of course, whether there are enough votes to close that gap, and we'll just have to see. George, thanks very much. Sine is live in the studio now with Phil Kent and Jeff Dickerson of the Georgia Gang to break down the races and the numbers for us.
All right, Russ. Well, at this point, all the votes have been cast. It's an opportunity for us to look back and consider perhaps some of the mistakes that were made. So, Phil and Jeff, both of you have spent a lot of time consulting. Where do you see perhaps missed opportunities in these campaigns?
Well, I'll start first. Jeff and I were talking on the broadcast several weeks about the TV ads, and I think that David Purdue was slow in responding to some of the charges by Michelle Nunn, especially on the outsourcing issue and some other things. I think that's why some of the polls were tight, the way we saw that over the last 2 or 3 weeks. In my opinion, he came back, Purdue came back with some effective answers and some effective ads at the end. He should have stepped it up, in my opinion, with the ads before, but I think he saved himself in the end.
Do you think that the approach that he took, kind of pointing to Jason Carter's age, was an effective strategy?
Well, you know, on the governor's race, yes. I think the contrast between a veteran politician like the governor and a newcomer like Jason Carter, people are going to weigh, do we want someone who's untested, or do we want someone who really knows business, has got a great business record, hasn't really made any major mistakes?
Your thoughts on that? There was a lot of, I think of certain ads where Purdue said things such as, you know, that's just Jason, or there was the ad, I'm sorry, where Deal said that's just Jason, or talking about the other ad with the basketball player, it's a little boy. What did you think about that particular strategy?
Well, you know, he went hard at him, and his lack of experience, that he'd never passed a bill in the General Assembly. And, you know, that he was sort of just riding on his grandfather's name, that sort of thing. I think that he went pretty hard at him. But Jason had an opportunity to strike back hard. Phil mentioned earlier, you know, he really could have pounded away at that ethics issue. There were some serious charges there facing the governor, and he could have taken more advantage of that. On the other hand, Sine, I think that voters are a little tired of all the negative campaigning. And that's one of the things that these campaigns have to factor in. You know, how much negative stuff are we going to put, how much are we going to turn off voters, our own voters sometimes, by negative campaigning? And so they have to kind of pull back a little bit, and they can't always go at them as hard as they'd like to.
So in terms of the turnout that we saw, which was strong, do you think that these ads, which were, they got pretty negative toward the end, did they bring people out ultimately, or would there have been a bigger turnout perhaps?
Well, let me just mention the controversial flyer that the state Democratic Party did on Ferguson, as you know. Now, that was designed to pump up the African-American voter base. Okay, that makes sense. I don't like the fact that it was stoking anger, but on the other hand, and I mentioned this on the Georgia Gang Sunday, I think that might have created a white backlash. You might have created, I don't think the Democratic Party thought this through, they're creating more white votes saying, wait a minute, I don't like this, I'm going to get out and vote.
Well, you know, I mean, it was another example of racial politics. We've seen that for the last couple hundred years in the state of Georgia.
Doesn't make it right.
It's not new, doesn't make it right, but let me tell you, I don't know who started it. I do know who started it. But in any event, it's still with us. It's a part of our campaigning, and we're going to have to deal with it going forward. But yeah, there was a lot of negative stuff out there. The question is, how much does it turn voters off? How much does it energize voters to go out? I would have liked to have seen more of an issue-based campaign today. I'd like to have seen more conversation about Obamacare, for instance, especially from a supporting standpoint. And we didn't see that from the Democratic candidates. They're scared of it here. They're scared of it nationally. We're missing out on $30 billion in federal aid in the state of Georgia alone. Not to mention 500,000 people at least who won't have health care because we really haven't played up this issue. And if you're going to be a Democrat in Georgia, you know, Republicans have got, you can't out-Republican a Republican. In the state of Georgia.
Well, that's right. The Democrats ran away from that issue on Obamacare. They didn't want to defend it.
Absolutely. And Sonny Perdue constantly drawing that comparison between Michelle Nunn and President Obama. Was that an effective strategy in making people not want to vote for Michelle Nunn simply because she may have some connection?
It has some backlash. You know, when I look at an ad from David Perdue, who I think is a fine, very intelligent fellow, we sat down, had lunch with him, and he's attacking President Obama, I'm more inclined to go and vote for Michelle Nunn as a result of that. And I think that there are a tremendous number of African Americans in the state who feel exactly the same way.
So an African American backlash.
Absolutely. There's a backlash there as well.
But as we all know, both candidates were trying to bring in the center. That's how a Democrat and a Republican wins. You got to bring in those centrist voters.
You have to bring in those moderate voters.
Obama's popularity is terrible in this state. And so, yes, to your question, Sine, it was very smart to tie Michelle Nunn around with Barack Obama, who's very unpopular. And Jeff, I'm sorry, Obamacare Obamacare, with rising premiums, rising deductibles. It is unpopular, even with Democrats.
Yeah, well, so was Social Security in 1940.
That's his old brain.
But the point you made was you wanted to see more policy. Is that something you felt was lacking?
Well, I do agree with Jeff. I mean, we're policy people here, and we want more public policy issues debated. Yes, your point, you've got the TV ads that make these quick sound bites, but it's too bad we couldn't dig in. Education, for example, in the governor's race. I wish we could have dug more into that. So he's right. Yeah.
So another thing in the governor's race, is the question of where does Georgia's economy stand? Is this the best state in the country to do business, or is this the state with the highest unemployment? Yeah. What defines what our economy is?
And how can both of those be true?
Right.
Yes,
so
exactly right.
What was going on there? Two competing messages, it seemed.
They were competing messages, and each candidate had an opportunity to sort of hammer the other because of those competing messages. And obviously, when you're rated one of the best in the nation to do business, that's a credit to Governor Deal. And if you got a high unemployment rate, Jason Carter gets to use that as ammunition. And both of them did it very effectively throughout the campaign.
All right. Well, gentlemen, Phil, Jeff, both of you, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
I want to send things back over to Russ now.
All right, thank you all. Let's take a look now at where the race for governor stands at the moment. Now with 50% of the precincts reporting, the largest number we've seen so far, half of all votes counted, 58% of the vote for the incumbent Nathan Deal, Jason Carter with 40%, Andrew Hunt with 2%. That's 50% of the precincts. I should be precise. That's not necessarily 50% of all the votes. On the Senate side, again, 50% of the precincts reporting. David Purdue with 59%, a 19 percentage point gap, more than 250,000 votes right now over Michelle Nunn, the Democrat. Amanda Swafford, the Libertarian, in that race, again with 2%. Fewer votes for the Libertarian in both of these races than the early polling suggested might happen. So we're going to turn now to Randy Travis. He's with the Jason Carter campaign, has been all night. Randy, what kind of perspective do you have from there for us?
Hey, Russ, I can't really hear you very well because the music is pretty loud, which is probably the reason why we have so many young people here that kind of go together, I think, in the party tonight. Unfortunately for the folks here, not a lot to celebrate just yet, with the numbers barely pushing 40% for Jason Carter. We bring in Lee May, the interim CEO for DeKalb. Mr. May, you were actually tasked with trying to rev up the troops and keep them positive tonight. What did you say to them, and how do you say it with the numbers being so low right now?
Well, I was just really trying to get the crowd excited about just this momentous occasion with there being an election today, people taking advantage of their God-given right. And I was telling them that the results have not been all in yet. The metro area, we know that the results are trickling in, and so it's going to be a long night. So just really getting energized the crowd here today and just get them excited about what the ultimate results will be.
One of our pundits, Dick Williams, said earlier tonight that if the African-American turnout is only 28% across Georgia, it does not spell good things for your candidate. But then I was just talking to Brian Thomas, the communications director for Mr. Carter. He said that he predicts at least 30%. Where do you see those numbers coming down?
Well, during early voting, the African-American turnout was about 33%. And so I think there's just been generally an excitement about what the direction of this state ought to be. And I see you've seen people really answer that call. So it's tough to say, is it going to be 28, 30, or 33%? Again, we started off at 33%, and I think you'll see that continue along those lines.
We have not seen Jason Carter tonight. Have you talked to him?
I haven't talked to him this evening. I've been talking to him over the past few days. I think he's just excited about the ultimate result. This has been a big step that he's taken. Jason Carter's been a friend. We're the same age. We have children the same age. He has a great vision for this state, and he's hoping that the voters will put him in to really be able to implement that vision.
And I know the big Democratic numbers haven't come in yet. You said DeKalb, Fulton, for the most part. Gwinnett hasn't even reported anything yet. And I'm told that that's sort of the bellwether county that they're looking at for this race right here. But are there really enough votes out there, Mr. May, to make a difference, to get your candidate at least close enough to force a runoff?
Well, I can speak to DeKalb County. I know during early voting, we almost doubled the number of votes that took place in 2010, the last gubernatorial race. So I think there's been an excitement around the metro area regarding the candidates. There's been a robust dialogue going on. I think Jason Carter has really put forward his best foot in terms of putting forth the issues. I know Governor Deal has fought hard as well. And so I think we'll see this evening kind of did that really resonate with the constituents in the metro area, which I think is important.
Talk briefly about age discrepancy here. I was looking around. You're actually the exception rather than the rule. You're a middle-aged Democrat. There are a lot of young ones out here, and then of course a lot of older ones. I saw Max Cleland come in. Of course, Michelle Nunn's dad, Sam. It kind of speaks to the fact that the Democrats really don't have a very deep bench right now. What does Jason Carter's campaign, in your mind, do about that?
Well, you know, I like to think I'm an old man, actually. But
middle-aged, how about that?
Middle-aged, that's better. But I do think that Jason has brought in a new, energetic generation in this campaign. You look around this room and throughout this hotel, there's a lot of younger individuals that really want to be engaged. And I think if you look at the general age, average age of elected officials in the state, the average age of commissioners is 60 in this state, which mirrors the city government, state government as well. And I think healthy government is one that bridges the gap between the different ages as well. And I think Jason has worked hard to do that, to bring in a very diverse group of constituents, young, old, black, white, even Democrat and Republicans as well. And I think what you're seeing here today is that mixture that really makes our state a wonderful place.
His opponent has already said that he's not going to run again. I mean, Governor Deal, this is his last campaign. Do you see this as Jason Carter's last statewide campaign if he loses tonight?
Well, I hope not. Regardless of what the results are this evening, I would hope that Jason Carter will continue to put a foot forward for leadership in the state. I believe in Jason Carter. I think he has great vision and great ideas for the state. He loves the state. And I would hope that he will continue to move forward, whether it's through a re-election 4 years from now, or even, you know, if there's a need to run forward in a new election.
All right, Lee May, the interim CEO in DeKalb County. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. May had the unenviable job of trying to get the troops all fired up here, even though their candidates' numbers are barely pushing 40%. Back to you.
All right, Randy Travis, thanks very much. Before we turn to Chris Shaw with the Deal campaign, let's keep you up to date on some of the national picture. The Republicans have 3 pickups now in Arkansas, South Dakota, and West Virginia in terms of their effort to take over the majority in the U.S. Senate, and a big firewall in New Hampshire for the Democrats. Jeanne Shaheen, the incumbent, has defeated Scott Brown, who you'll recall was a senator from Massachusetts, decided to run in New Hampshire. He has been unsuccessful as the Republican. That's a big deal for the Democrats. If they'd lost in New Hampshire, they were pretty well toast nationwide.
Yeah, that certainly is a very significant race. Our race here in Georgia for the Senate seat is another one that we're keeping a very close eye on, of course. Let's get out to Chris Shaw. He's at the College Football Hall of Fame at this hour. And Chris, what is the mood there? A lot of heavy hitters in the House.
Yeah, they are very happy, very confident is how I would describe it, the mood here right now. They got a jolt of energy a few minutes ago when Governor Nathan Deal came down and spoke and shook hands and took pictures with some of his supporters. We're just finding out now that we're going to be able to send a camera crew up into the suite where the governor is watching returns come in, where he is with his family and his supporters. So we're going to be able to get a little bit of video in a few minutes and see exactly what he's doing right now. But the party is moving along, and it's the word I keep going back to, a kind of a confident party. We were speaking just a little while ago. There's not the kind of tension that you often feel in races that are very close. You can kind of sense it when you're amongst the crowd, that they're not quite sure how things are going to go. They're kind of waiting on every number that comes in. I'm not seeing so much of that here. Very much a party atmosphere. And the other thing that sticks out is just a huge crowd. A lot of people you see behind me. For probably every person you see behind me, there's almost as many in front of me. Huge crowd here tonight. Everyone expecting a victory. And it's not just for Governor Deal. A lot of the top Republican candidates and Republicans in the state are here right now. Both senators are in the House right now. The Secretary of State, the Attorney General, a lot of high-powered and very important Republicans in the state are here right now.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. We sure appreciate it. We know you've reported that Zaxby Chambliss and Karen Handel there following the governor's race very closely.
All right. Well, Tom Haynes is with Fox 5 political analyst Matt Towery to look at how the contest is shaping up right now.
Russ and Sine, we're beginning, at least on the Senate side, to see some clarity in the race.
Right.
And Matt, you say that it's kind of paralleling what's going on in the governor's race right now. David Purdue at this point in the night with a comfortable lead over Michelle Nunn, 59% to 40%. What are we seeing here in the returns?
Well, what we're seeing is big, strong numbers out of the Southeast, again, out of the North, again. These are now traditional Republican, used to be Democrat years ago, now Republican strongholds, big numbers coming out. But what we're also seeing is in Cobb County, Republicans are holding a good lead, and we're waiting on Gwinnett County. When I see a little bit of Gwinnett County, I'm going to know how this race is going. Right now, it looks very, very difficult for Michelle Nunn to even get in a runoff with these numbers.
I was going to say the gap is pretty wide now with almost 19 percentage points separating these two candidates. The later we get into the night, the bigger challenge it is for Michelle Nunn to come behind and close this thing.
Well, one thing our viewers should know is that we have over 1 million votes still out there, not counted. And really, it's a shame on Georgia, quite frankly, because Florida has counted their entire gubernatorial race and gone to bed almost. They're almost finished with 90-something%. And we're still allegedly at less than half of our votes counted in Georgia, which I cannot figure out for the life of me. But if you take that 50% and you see where they're coming from and you extrapolate the intensity of the various areas where they're strong, I don't see any way that Nunn gets to a position where she keeps David Purdue under 50.
Let's look at the big picture here and put it in perspective a little bit. Nunn is trending better in the central part of the state. Jason Carter not polling as strongly here.
Well, here's where their strengths are, okay? This is the middle Georgia area that Sam Nunn came from, in which he went to the U.S. Senate from.
So she has more name recognition.
She's known better there, and it runs out to some very strong Democratic locations out on the eastern section of the state. Now, she's also picking up some of the Carter area that he did well in, but not as much. So he's doing a little better in southwest Georgia. She's doing a little better in middle Georgia, but neither one of them are doing well enough to really be putting on a real charge to these guys who are really mounting big numbers in these Republican counties.
And like Nathan Deal, David Purdue also doing well in the northern part of the state and in the southeastern part of the state, almost dominantly red now.
Yes, absolutely. And as we see this, and of course we have to understand these numbers come from different sources, but there is the source that we're using is suggesting that Gwinnett County, that there are some numbers in Gwinnett and that those numbers are red. If Gwinnett is red, if it goes red, this thing is over. If it truly goes Republican, in other words, this thing is over.
When will we know that?
Once they start.
We keep saying it's going to be a late night.
Well,
sounds like it's going to be an early night.
When the Secretary of State's office can finally get some real numbers from Gwinnett County, which we have zero right now, we'll get a real trend and idea. What's going to happen is this. Look, DeKalb County is only partially reported. That's going to be heavily Carter and Nunn, 70%. So Nunn's going to do extremely well there. Fulton County, still not nearly reported. Nunn's going to do well there, although it's not a wipeout. The Republicans are holding in at about 45% right now. Not good enough to deliver a Democratic win for Michelle Nunn or even a runoff.
Russ and Sine, we could be getting a call here within the next, what do you say, about an hour or so.
I think so.
In the Senate race. The same may not be true for the gubernatorial race. We'll have to wait and see. But this is becoming clearer and clearer the later we get, guys. We're going to send it back over to you now.
All right. We'll be watching very closely. Another big race that's getting lots of national attention is the House District 12 race in East Georgia. Now, incumbent John Barrow, a Democrat, is facing Republican challenger Rick Allen. The district covers Augusta and Statesboro, along with several other communities. Also on the national scene, I want to update you. We've learned that Democratic Senator Al Franken, a Democrat, has won re-election in Minnesota. Another important race there. All right, let's take a look at where the race stands so far. I believe that we have some numbers to share with you. Well, we'll pull some of those up. In the meantime, Russ is live in the studio with Phil Kent and Jeff Dickerson of the Georgia Gang to break down where things stand right now in some of these races. Guys?
All right, gentlemen. I mean, the poll suggested that this was going to be relatively close, both the U.S. Senate and the governor's races. Doesn't look that way at the moment. What's going on, Phil?
Russ, I would say this. We thought it was close even before the last Insider Advantage Fox 5 poll last weekend. However, I think you're seeing now part of this national Republican wave finally hitting over here in Georgia. Jeff and I have been talking earlier about the issues like Obamacare, the unpopularity of President Obama in the state of Georgia, how the undecideds broke. Jeff talked earlier, I agree with him, the Libertarian vote is not as high as we thought it was. Those votes are going to the Republicans.
Could that be because people just can't bear the thought of having a runoff and really voted for the person that they would have voted for in January had there been one?
No, I don't think so. I think that it's because you just see an awful lot of energized voters throughout the state of Georgia. You see more Republican voters, you see more Democratic voters. I'm not so sure that it's going to be as far off as we think it is, and that the margin is going to be as wide as we think it is.
So you think there are enough votes still left out there to make this a competitive race? I think that we're going to come within 3-4 points. Okay.
I'm with Matt Towery. I don't think that we're going to see runoffs tonight. I don't think we're going to see runoffs in these major elections that we're looking at. I think the Republicans are going to take these. But we still haven't counted Metro Atlanta, and I don't think that we should leave that out of the equation because that's where the votes are.
All right. Michelle Nunn said to David Purdue in the Atlanta Press Club debate, if you wanted to run against Barack Obama, you should have run for president. But did this turn out to be, in your estimation, a referendum on the president in Georgia?
Well, it has to be. I think most political scientists would agree. Obviously, a Democratic candidate who's running for U.S. Senate has to try to defend some of the things that have happened under a Democratic-controlled Senate. And what would you do if you are a Democrat senator? It puts them in a very awkward position. You've seen Michelle Nunn even not wanting to even say if she would have voted for Obamacare. Right. It's very difficult for Democrats to pivot.
What do you say?
Well, I think we've had a very activist president, and when you have a very activist president, you get a lot of opposition to what a president does. This president has passed historic legislation that we call Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. And it is the most significant piece of legislation since Social Security in 1939. A lot of people are unhappy with it. It's going to take 5, 10, 15 years for folks to realize, like Social Security, that it's the third rail. I think it's been a mistake for candidates like Jason Carter and Michelle Nunn to run away from it. We lose $30 billion in the state of Georgia because we wouldn't allow the network to come here and accept Obamacare in the state of Georgia. And in fact, the General Assembly has voted that even a new governor can't do it unilaterally.
But it is unpopular. We know people.
It's unpopular right now.
Deductibles are rising, premiums are rising. Maybe they were right to run away from it.
Well, I don't think that you can out-Republican a Republican, Russ. Now, and you've got to get in there and you've got to state your case and you've got to make your policies and you've got to support these things because at the end of the day, you're going to see an overwhelming majority of the American population support these policies.
All right. Last quick question, and I need quick answers from the two of you. If the Democrats were to get close, and perhaps they will by the time the night is over, there was some conversation about Hillary Clinton, if she's the Democratic nominee, trying to contest in Georgia in 2016. How do you see that?
I don't see it. I think it's still going to be a red state. We hear a lot about demographic changes. Not going to happen yet.
You're seeing it already. We've got tight races right here in Georgia in 2014, and we know that this trend is going to continue. I think that my Republican friends just don't want to admit the fact that we're coming around to a truly competitive bipartisan state, probably for the first time in 100 years.
But you're losing tonight.
First we were all Democratic, and now for a few years, a decade or so, all Republican. Soon we'll be a bipartisan
now
state,
we're purple.
Russ, and we'll be purple.
All right, fair enough.
Your tie.
Jeff and Phil, thank you
Thanks,
very
Russ.
much. We appreciate you being here and sharing your perspective.
All righty.
Sinead, back to you.
Who would have thunk it? Georgia, a purple state. All right, let's take a look at where the race for governor stands right now. Nathan Deal with 58%. Jason Carter trailing with 40%. And Libertarian Andrew Hunt at 2%. At this point, 60% of precincts are reporting. Also want to take a look at where the Senate race stands at this hour. Here are those numbers. 58% for David Purdue, the Republican. Democrat Michelle Nunn, 40%. And Amanda Swafford at 2%, again with 60% reporting.
Well, It could be a long night. There's been some suggestion. You heard Matt Towery saying it with our colleague Tom Haynes. Perhaps in the next hour, hour and a half, we honestly don't know, obviously, when the candidates, the Republican candidates might come down and have something to say, when the Democrats might want to concede. It seems ridiculous to bring that up this early in the evening, considering that so many votes have yet to be counted, or at least yet to be posted on the Secretary of State's website. But who knows how long this night will be?
Certainly, but it's looking less and less likely like we're going to see a runoff that will continue into December or January. So.
Exactly right. And if it does turn out that way, as you and I were discussing, the Democrats would be very happy at this point, it would seem. We thank you for joining our election 2014 coverage on myfoxatlanta.com and our YouTube channel. We ask you please to turn your TVs on and join us on Fox 5 News at 10 for complete election coverage. Our teams are out there. They have more to talk about every minute as new numbers come in.
That's right. Don't go anywhere. We've got live reports. We've got analysis of the races. Plus, we're going to bring you any speeches live as they happen as well. We sure appreciate you joining us this evening. And remember, tweet us your thoughts on the election using the hashtag #YouDecideFox5.
We'll see you at 10.
Well, good evening and a thank you for everybody who's watching us live tonight on the Fox 5 YouTube channel at youtube.com/Fox5. We'll normally hit our studios in Atlanta. We are just wrapped up the one of the webcast portions that we're going to be bringing you tonight here on YouTube. For now, we are getting ready for our 10 o'clock newscast here in Atlanta as we continue the streaming the numbers that you saw there momentarily. So we're in a little bit of a transition time here between our webcast that we had going and our newscast for the 10 o'clock time slot tonight. So stay with us because you're going to see the newscast begin here shortly. The numbers and the coverage will continue here streaming live on the Fox 5 Live YouTube channel. Stay with us.
Just minutes away, election results continuing to come in.
Fox News is projecting 3 seats gained by the GOP in the U.S. Senate so far in South Dakota, West Virginia, and Arkansas. And in Georgia, our Senate race, With now 60% of the precincts reporting, David Purdue has 58%, Michelle Nunn, the Democrat, with 40%, and the Libertarian Amanda Swafford with 2%.
All right, let's continue to look at these races. Here's Governor Nathan Deal with 57%, Jason Carter trailing with 40%, and Andrew Hunt, the Libertarian candidate, with 2%, 60% of the precincts reporting.
And hundreds of thousands of votes yet to be counted. Keep following all the developments on our Fox 5 Atlanta YouTube channel, and we'll be joining you next on Fox 5 News at 10.
As you're watching our live stream tonight on YouTube, we invite you to tell us where you are. Are you watching us from a watch party tonight? You have a neighborhood watch party going on. Are you watching us from one of the campaigns? Let us know where you're watching tonight. Our continuous coverage will resume here in just a few moments with our field crews as we have everybody gathered for what will be our 10 o'clock newscast here in Atlanta, Georgia from the Fox 5 Atlanta studios. So stay with us here for live streaming coverage. The results that you're seeing in real time there will continue on your screen, and we'll begin to take you around to some of the campaigns here shortly. The numbers are coming in quickly at this hour, so we expect it to really start to heat up from here. Stay with us on Fox 5 Live.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check.
And we are just about 2 minutes away from rejoining our crews in the field as we begin what will be the television version also of Fox 5 News at 10 here in Atlanta. We will continue showing you the numbers here on your screen until we prep our crews and get ready for our broadcast. So we will continue with our crews in the field in just a few moments. We appreciate everybody. Make sure you spread the word and let them know that you're watching live election coverage tonight from Fox 5 Live. Ella J, Rockmart, Valdosta, we appreciate everybody joining us from around the state, and thank you for making Fox 5 your choice for a very exciting election night. And we have all of our field crews lined up, ready to deliver some reports here in just a few moments. We're just over a minute away from continuing our coverage live from around the state here on Fox 5 Live. Stay with us.
Well, there are still lots of votes to count.
And Fox 5 has live team coverage as Georgians head to the polls.
It's seconds away at 10.
Thank you for joining us on YouTube tonight for Fox 5 Live. It's now time to rejoin our crews in the field as we continue our election night coverage. Make sure you use the hashtag if you tweet to us, Fox5ATL, and you decide Fox 5.
News at 10 starts right now.
It is election night in Georgia, and the biggest races are headed down to the wire.
Votes are still being counted right now in the battle for Georgia's U.S. Senate seat. The showdown between Republican David Purdue and Democrat Michelle Nunn could help swing the balance of power on Capitol Hill.
And at the state capitol, Republican Governor Nathan Deal is running for a second term, but facing a challenge from Democratic State Senator Jason Carter.
Now, the Fox 5 News team is following all of the major candidates tonight. Live reports from each of the campaigns is just ahead. But let's get to the results as they stand right now. And let's begin with the governor's race. The numbers right now with 2/3 of the precincts reporting. Incumbent Nathan Deal, the Republican, with 57% of the vote. Jason Carter, the Democrat, with 40%. And the Libertarian Andrew Hunt polling at 2%, less than was predicted by the early polls.
And continuing now to the contest for Georgia's open U.S. Senate seat. David Purdue with 58%, Michelle Nunn 40%, and Libertarian Amanda Swafford with 2%, all of this with 60% of precincts reporting. Now, Fox 5's Doug Evans starts our live coverage tonight. He's at Purdue campaign headquarters at the Intercontinental Hotel in Buckhead. And Doug, you're there with Senator Saxby Chambliss, I understand.
That is right. We're here with Senator Saxby Chambliss, whose retirement is making this all possible tonight. First of all, thank you, sir, for being here with us.
Sure.
You've already met with David Purdue tonight. Tell me about him and your meeting with him tonight.
Well, David's in great spirits. Obviously, he's worn slam out. Campaigns do that to you, and he's running on adrenaline. But David's very excited. He's had a tough campaign, but he feels very good. We're not taking anything for granted. A lot of numbers still need to come in, but I predicted a week ago that David was going to win without a runoff because I've been around the state. I've seen the feeling and the mood of people on the street. And I saw people who were a little undecided about this race start to come home to David because they believe change is needed. And they believe that he's the right kind of person to take the change in the mindset of Georgians to Washington. So I'm excited for him.
This is the only campaign that he could ever run promising change in Washington, so he's got to make it count this time.
Well, you're right, but look, I didn't go to Washington thinking I'd be there forever. I never thought I'd be there 20 years, and things do need to change from time to time. And I left at the right time, or I'm leaving at the right time. And I want to make sure that the right kind of ideas coming out of Georgia replace me. And David does bring the right background, the right common sense, the right business sense, and the right kind of mindset to make the changes that are going to need to be made.
How tough will it be for him if he wins tonight?
Oh, it's going to be difficult. This is a very tough job. It's very demanding on you personally, from a fiscal standpoint. It's demanding on your family because you're gone all the time. And you just have to deal with so many issues that face America every single day. A little different from the House. I spent 8 great years in the House. It's a wonderful institution. 12 years in the Senate, though, showed me that the Senate is where it happens because you deal with every issue that comes up. The House, you focus on your priorities committee-wise. Senate, you've got a lot of things you have to deal with that are over and above what you deal with in the House. And it's going to be very tough, but he'll get up to speed quickly and he'll do well.
And no doubt he'll have a great mentor going forward?
Well, I look forward to giving him the right kind of counsel.
Senator Saxby Chambliss, thanks for joining us, sir. Good luck to you. We appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
David Perdue's campaign very confident, not just on the word of Senator Saxby Chambliss, who says he can win without a runoff. They actually believe that tonight and are very confident in that. Not exactly sharing why they're so confident, but they do like what they're seeing so far in the numbers, especially out of South Georgia. Live at the David Perdue campaign headquarters, I'm Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
The gap is still wide with fewer votes to count. Doug, thanks very much. We're going to go downtown now to the Hyatt Regency Atlanta, where Democratic nominee Michelle Nunn's campaign is headquartered for the night. And Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there live. Deidre?
And Russ, what a difference a few hours make. Just a few hours ago, this room was very quiet. Now it is packed with supporters. They are very upbeat despite those early returns. Michelle Nunn has not addressed the audience yet, but we have heard from members of her campaign. We also have talked to local dignitaries who are here, members of the Democratic Party who have come out to show their support to her. Of course, Perdue leading at this hour. However, we are told by a campaign spokesman who addressed the crowd earlier that they should not get discouraged, that there are still several precincts out, that there's still several more votes to be counted. We also spoke with Mayor Reed this evening, who also said he feels very good about the direction this campaign is headed. He says that Nunn ran a very clean, positive campaign, that he was proud of her. He believes that she still could possibly win tonight, and if not win tonight outright, he also believes that she could win if there is a runoff. He says no matter the outcome of this race, he does believe that this election, given the fervor and the turnout that we've seen, the strong Democratic showing, he does believe that this will go a long way to helping the Democrats come next election.
Well, Deirdre, I think it's very clear that Georgia's going to be in play going forward. The fact of the matter is the Republican Party has had to spend $100 million holding Georgia. And if the Republican Party is spending $100 million in campaigns holding Georgia, the future, candidly, is a purple state. And I think that that's just fine because people are going to have a choice between Democrats and Republicans.
Because they feel that and have seen, they say, statistics show that we are seeing a shift in demographics in Georgia. So every election, the Democrats do believe that they're moving one step closer to turning this state purple, as they say. They do believe that they will still have a positive outcome tonight. One of her campaign spokespeople saying that there, in fact, will be making history here this evening. And that's the latest here at the Hyatt. I'm Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, thank you, Deidre. Certainly this battle for U.S. Senate very tight.
And remember, the leader must capture at least 50% of the total vote plus one to avoid a runoff that would take place on January 6th.
Now, Tom Haynes is with Fox 5 political analyst Matt Towery, taking a look at how the contest is shaping up right now. What are you guys seeing?
Well, Sine and Russ, we have some breaking news for you tonight. Matt Towery with Insider Advantage, who Fox 5 uses for its polling, is ready to make a couple of big calls tonight. Matt, what do you say?
Yeah, Insider Advantage, which we have subscribers all over the state and the country, we've examined these numbers from the sample precincts. We now have enough in to know that despite the fact that we think the race will narrow substantially, both in the Senate and governor's race, we are projecting that David Perdue will be elected the Republican United States Senator from Georgia, and we believe Governor Perdue will be reelected as governor of the state of Georgia without a runoff.
Let's focus on the Senate right now, then we'll talk about the governor's race in just a moment. Where did Perdue perform strongest tonight?
Well, Perdue did well, obviously in all of this area, the southeast Georgia and all of North Georgia, which is also a strength for Nathan Deal. But he also managed to do very well in Cobb County. We're beginning to see Gwinnett County numbers come out. They're strong enough to help them there. And in most of the other Fayette County as you head down in this direction, you saw basically all of the Republican strongholds turn out in massive numbers.
Let's head over to the big map for a second, Matt. And I want to talk to our viewers about the national wave going on and how this race is also reflective about what's going on around the rest of the country. And if you look at the sea of red here, that's happening all over the United States, seemingly at this point in the race.
That's exactly right. This race turned out to be a referendum on Barack Obama. And of course, in this campaign, both in the gubernatorial and Senate, but in the Senate in particular, Obama became an issue at the end. He started to talk about how he wanted Michelle Nunn indirectly on radio. And he also mentioned the fact that his policies were on the ballot. That just caused his whole race to explode. And Michelle Nunn, no matter what she said, was not going to be able to get enough votes to get into a runoff, much less to win this straight up.
This race neck and neck for so long, but insider advantage, Matt Towery's polling group ready to call the race that David Purdue will be the next United States Senator for the state of Georgia. We're going to examine the governor's race coming up in just a minute. Russ and Sine?
All right, thanks so much, guys. We do want to continue to take a look at that race for governor. Very interesting, the announcement that you made there. Incumbent Republican Nathan Deal is looking to hold on to his gubernatorial seat.
Let's look at the numbers that we have at the moment. 75% of the precincts reporting Nathan Deal with 57%, Jason Carter 40%, Andrew Hunt 2%. Who would have thought, Matt Towery, just a few days ago, that we'd be calling this race at 10-10? Unbelievable. The Democratic challenger Jason Carter hopes to follow in his grandfather's footsteps. They're not listening. Well, they're going to listen to Insider Advantage, but they're not going to take our word for it. Fox 5's Chris Shaw live tonight with Governor Deal's campaign at the College Football Hall of Fame downtown. Chris, what do you have to say?
Well, Russ, so we've got a tale of two TV screens. I want to start with that. The one you see behind me is showing the Fox News channel. They are not talking about this race right now, but there is a smaller TV screen on the side of the room that's tuned into Fox 5. And I expected to hear, when Matt Towery just made that announcement about Insider Advantage calling the race, I expected to hear a huge roar of applause over there by that TV screen. Unfortunately, the sound is turned down. They're listening to music here, so I don't think people over there quite know exactly what's going on right now. But let me paint the picture. This is a loud crowd, this is a large crowd, and this is a very confident crowd. I want to talk about two conversations that I've had with some of the Deal campaign that really kind of tell the story of tonight. Before the polls even closed, we're talking about 6 o'clock tonight. I spoke with a Deal staffer who told me that they were extremely confident. You know, all the polls coming into this race showed a very tight race, probably going to a runoff. But that aide told me at 6 o'clock tonight he would be shocked if it went to a runoff. A little while ago, that same member of the Deal campaign told me that they are even surprised by some of these numbers coming in. They are so good for the governor. The secret, they say, high voter turnout in South Georgia and in certain areas of Metro Atlanta that routinely vote Republican. That's where they think they are winning this race tonight, and they believe they will be celebrating very, very shortly. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Chris. Well, we're going to continue our team coverage now at Jason Carter's campaign headquarters at the Hyatt Regency Atlanta downtown. And that's where we find Fox 5's Randy Travis. He's been there throughout the evening. Randy, set the scene for us there.
Well, Sine, don't let the happy music in the background here fool you. There is nothing really to be happy about in this room tonight. All these people gathered tonight hoping they were going to see the first Democrat to win the governor's seat since 1998, since Roy Barnes did it, or at least perhaps make history and be the first to force a sitting governor into a runoff. But with numbers really never cracking 40%, it just doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I talked to one of Jason Carter's surrogates a little bit earlier today. He said that he thought maybe the numbers in DeKalb or the numbers in Fulton or maybe Gwinnett County, he called that the bellwether county, would be enough to put him over, or at least get him close enough to perhaps get a runoff. But it just doesn't look like the numbers are really there. In fact, the crowds have sort of thinned out in the last half hour or so. Perhaps they know as well the numbers really are not there. We've not seen Jason Carter yet. He has been upstairs for most of the evening. His campaign did tweet out this picture, though, and hopefully you can see it on my iPad here. That's a picture of Jason Carter with his grandfather, 90-year-old Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Carter's wife Rosalind, upstairs here at the Hyatt Regency, looking over the election returns. And you might notice, you can see there, that none of them has a smile on their face as they're looking at these election returns. So again, not really that happy a room tonight. The folks here, these folks at least, are sticking around hoping to hear from Jason Carter, hear what he has to say and what his plans are if in fact he does not get the numbers he's hoping to get and he loses tonight. Reporting live, Randy Travis, Fox 5 News.
All right, Randy, thanks very much. Matt Towery says there aren't enough votes left to be counted to close that gap. Let's take a look at some of the other big races tonight. Incumbent Lieutenant Governor and Republican Casey Cagle looking to hold on to his position, and it looks strong at this point with 57% of the precincts reporting. Casey Cagle with 62% of the vote, Connie Stokes 38%. And Georgia voters also had to decide on Amendment A. A yes vote would prohibit the state from increasing the maximum state income tax rate over the rate that will be in place in January 2015. And you can see that's going on to win overwhelmingly a yes, with 74% no at 26% right now.
Well, Russ, some voting problems early this morning caused a DeKalb County voting precinct to stay open late tonight. The Church of Christ of Boulder Crest location was open until 7:15, and that's because voting there started 15 minutes late this morning. The DeKalb County Elections Director says 3 polling places had technical problems. Those were all fixed. The problem, though, were voting equipment that was in the wrong place. Now, Fulton County also had some issues. The elections office there reported a few technical glitches this morning that were addressed. Fortunately, nothing major. Fulton County has 226 polling places, and that is the most of any county in the state.
Well, results are still coming in, and the Fox 5 News team is live across Metro Atlanta tonight with team coverage on this election night. Still ahead tonight, we'll take you live to New York, where Shepard Smith is inside the Fox News Election Center for more coverage.
Unbelievable video here of a dangerous joyride in the Metro, and police say that driver you're seeing was under the influence. We're going to tell you how this all got caught on tape, and it's a story you'll only see here. That's ahead on Fox 5 News at 10.
And an Atlanta police officer behind bars on suspicion of DUI. But this isn't the first time he's been under scrutiny for drinking. Details on that coming up.
But first, seats in the Senate are already changing hands tonight. Inside the effect of tonight's election on the balance of power in our country on Capitol Hill. That's next. Election news right now. Fox 5 has a call in the battle for U.S. House District 12. And then heading south and east, incumbent Democrat John Barrow has just been defeated by Republican Rick Allen in this race. The GOP has picked up an important House seat, and that's a bit of a surprise there. Rick Allen with 53% of the vote to 47% at the moment for John Barrow. New numbers coming in as we track the race for the Senate seat being vacated by Saxby Chambliss.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers right now. Here are the very latest. You see, with 80% now of the precincts reporting, David Purdue has 57%, Michelle Nunn with 41%, and Amanda Swafford with 2%.
All right, millions of dollars have been spent on Georgia's Senate race. It's one of several key contests around the country that could determine whether Democrats retain their majority in the Senate. You can see there Mitch McConnell. All right, I'm looking at something that's different over here, but let me just point out to you that I've just heard that Cory Gardner, the Republican, has won in Colorado, defeating Mark Udall. That's a huge pickup for the Republicans. It gives them another seat in their effort to take over the majority in the U.S. Senate on Capitol Hill.
And there have been quite a few of those pickups tonight. Well, going into tonight, the Democrats held 53 seats, the Republicans 45, but Fox News reports the GOP has picked up 3 Senate seats, only needs 3 more now in order to control the U.S. Senate.
Tom Haynes is tracking some of the key Senate contests around the country tonight. He joins us now with some in-depth analysis. Tom, I know you've been looking at all these races. This Colorado one is a big deal for the Republicans.
Gardner-Udall race was very tight all along. The incumbent Udall focusing a lot on women's issues, which didn't quite pan out for him in the end. So a very tight race there called. Let's take a look at some of the other national races making implications tonight. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who may just become the Senate Majority Leader, surviving a spirited challenge from Democrat Allison Grimes. Take a look at the poll numbers that have come in on that race. Tons of money pouring into the race between the veteran senator and Kentucky's Secretary of State. McConnell not that popular in his own home state. He brought in Rand Paul, the junior senator in that state, to help him out, and that apparently easily pushed him over the edge. The top Republican is in line, as I said, to become the Senate Majority Leader. McConnell managing to withstand that unpopularity in his state. 56% of the vote now to Allison Grimes, 41%. Moving now to North Carolina, where it's a Democratic incumbent facing a strong challenge. This race much tighter. Kay Hagan trying to capture a second term in the United States Senate, and it looks at this point like that might just happen. Republican challenger Tom Tillis hoping to make North Carolina one of the pickups that gives the GOP a Senate majority. The neck-and-neck race, the most expensive in Senate history, with more than $100 million being spent on that contest alone. Take a look at the numbers there in North Carolina, with Hagan picking up 49% of the vote to Tillis's 48%, so a razor-thin margin there. We'll have to wait to see how that plays out. Notable here, Hagan said to lack the strong African-American turnout that she enjoyed when President Obama was on the ballot, and she won election back in 2008. Arkansas, another southern state where a Democratic senator faced a tough re-election battle. Here it's Senator Mark Pryor who faced off against Republican Congressman Tom Cotton, but in the end, Cotton defeated the two-term Democrat. Take a look at the numbers as they panned out in Arkansas, with Cotton easily defeating Pryor 57% as it stands right now to 40%. Arkansas undergoing a remarkable reversal from the Democratic political allegiances that it's held for so long. Tom Cotton, guys, a big part of that change tonight. As we send it back to you, we'll be watching all of these close races throughout the night.
You have to wonder about some of these polls, Tom. I mean, Mitch McConnell was said to really be threatened by Allison Lundergan Grimes in Kentucky. Now we're looking at 56-41. It's really incredible.
It may be part of this national wave, Russ, that we're seeing, and the mandate seemingly against President Obama in the last 2 years in office. I mean, look at our own Senate race with David Purdue and Michelle Nunn, the gap much wider than many perhaps expected.
And many of these races being called far earlier than anyone anticipated.
Including our own, according to Insider Advantage Matt Towery.
All right. Thanks so much, Tom.
Thanks. All right, I'll look at some more races now, and before we get to some new numbers, let me tell you that Tom Price, this is not a surprise at all, Tom Price, the incumbent Republican congressman from District 6 in North Fulton County, in that particular area, he has been reelected. We have a look at some more races now. Here are the latest numbers in the race for Georgia Attorney General. Sam Olens with 60% of the vote at this point. Greg Hecht, the former prosecutor from Clayton County, with 40%, with 64% of the precincts reporting.
Also in the race for state school superintendent, you can see that Richard Woods, the Republican candidate, has 59%, and Valerie Wilson, the Democrat, 41%. Now, we are just getting started this evening. The vote's still coming in. We invite you to stay here with Fox 5. We're going to have complete election coverage for you.
And in just a few minutes tonight, we'll be joined by Fox News anchor Shepard Smith for coast-to-coast analysis of the biggest races being decided right now and the effect those races will have on the balance of power in Washington. Evidence of adultery leads to an overturned murder conviction. Why a Winder man convicted of beating his wife to death will get another chance to walk free. That's ahead tonight.
All right, let's take a look at where the polls stand right now as we look at the race for governor. Nathan Deal has a very significant lead with 56%, Jason Carter at 41%, and Libertarian Andrew Hunt at 2%. As you can see now, 84% of precincts are reporting a significant number of votes have been counted. Now, we're going to bring in our analysts. We really want to get a closer look at this governor's contest.
It's another race that could have ended in a runoff. That's certainly what we were considering as this night began, but it doesn't look like it now. We're going to toss back to Tom Haynes and Matt Towery from Insider Advantage. You called this race 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. Our breaking news tonight, this race, Matt Towery's group Insider Advantage, who Fox 5 uses for its polling data, called both the governor's and the Senate race. Let's talk about the governor's race. What happened here and why couldn't Jason Carter close the deal?
What happened is simply this. This area of the state, that area of the state turned out massively, large numbers. Cobb County remained strong. Gwinnett remained strong. Even as we saw Fulton County, which usually goes Democrat, the split wasn't big enough for the Democrats to be able to win. Deal is going to prevail tonight.
Metro counties not enough for Carter, were they in the end?
There will be many more votes to come in from DeKalb. This thing will narrow some, but it won't be enough to get to a runoff.
Nathan Deal was vulnerable, so why couldn't Jason Carter get in and defeat him in the end?
Carter's a great guy and he's got a great future, but he ran too nice of a campaign. He was not tough enough on Deal early on, and it cost him a great deal. And secondly, Barack Obama took votes from Democrats across the board tonight.
So this is part of the national wave that we're seeing. It's also impacting governors' races, including our own.
It is a wave that reached the state of Georgia.
All right, big implications in this race, guys, not only on the national level as it relates to the Senate. Matt Towery also calling that race for David Purdue, but also as it pertains to state government. Nathan Deal declared the incumbent governor of our state, he will succeed Jason Carter in this election. Back to you.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate all the coverage. In the meantime, Georgia's leadership, not the only prizes up for grabs in this midterm election. Voters all across America have taken to the polls to have their voices heard.
And now nearly every exit poll we have read tonight shares a similar theme: dissatisfaction. Americans say they are unhappy with the president, the Congress, and the economy. And that could translate into a lot of incumbents out of work. Let's go live now to Fox News Election Central in New York City tonight, where Shepard Smith is standing by live.
And Shepard, thanks so much for joining us this evening, a very busy night. You know, a lot of closely watched races, so I want to get right to Iowa and the Senate race there, which could be very important on the national scene.
Oh, it certainly could. Sine and Russ, good evening to you both. Tom Harkin, the Democrat, is retiring there, of course. Their polls just closed about a half hour ago, so we don't have a lot in from there, but there's certainly a lot at stake. Joni Ernst is the Republican about whom so many people have heard. Look at this. It's only 20% of the precincts in, so you can't tell much from this. But Joni Ernst, of course, from the Iowa National Guard. She has declared herself very much an independent. She's working against this war against women, as she's put it. She's running against Bruce Bradley, of course, there, the Democrat. If, in fact, Joni Ernst will be able to win that in the end, it would certainly be the flip, because we've had 5 Republican takeovers tonight. 6 takeovers of Senate seats in the United States Senate would mean control goes over to the Republicans. Hasn't happened yet, but you mentioned that winds are blowing. I call it a throw the bums out election, because across the board, that's what the exit polling seems to tell us. Here's a look at the balance of power. Some key races still up in the air. I mentioned Republicans picked up seats from these races. West Virginia, Arkansas, South Dakota, Montana, and Colorado all flip overs tonight, and we're not through yet.
Yeah, Shepard, we were talking earlier about the fact that Mitch McConnell, who would be set to be the Senate Majority Leader if the Republicans can take control of the Senate, he was thought to be in a relatively tight race. Turned out not to be the case. It seems like in some of these places where we thought Republicans were challenged by Democrats, the gap is wider than expected.
It is, and the one you mentioned most specifically, the one in Kentucky, which was very important because of the leadership there in the Senate. We all know Allison Lundergan Grimes had come forward, and the analysts have suggested that if she had just admitted that as a Democrat she voted for President Obama, she might have had a little more hope here, but certainly not enough to turn this around. The race is called 99% in the state of Kentucky, and a 15-point spread between Mitch McConnell and Allison Lundergan Grimes. Mitch McConnell, if the Republicans take over, will be in charge, as Mitch McConnell has always wanted. He had his victory speech just about an hour and a half ago. Allison Grimes conceded just a few minutes later, so that part is done.
Quite a victory. All right, Shepard Smith joining us live from New York. Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks,
All right, well, he's supposed to keep crime off the streets, but instead a cop is accused of putting citizens in danger. His actions that put him behind bars coming up.
And I'm meteorologist Jeff Hill in the Fox 5 Storm Center. Not as cold overnight tonight, still a little on the chilly side. Warm weather again for tomorrow, and then all of a sudden we've got some rain to talk about. We'll let you know when that gets here and have a complete Storm Team AccuWeather forecast coming up.
And a wild and dangerous ride through a residential neighborhood, and it was all caught on video. Jacqueline?
Yeah, and that joyride, Russ, ended here at this intersection, and we're going to tell you how a man recorded it and why this is not the first time that driver was caught for DUI. It's a story you're only going to see here next on Fox 5 News at 10.
take a look at this. Caught on camera, swerving for miles and coming within inches of slamming into other cars. Gwinnett police say that driver was under the influence.
Her dangerous ride continued through residential roads until another driver with a dash camera rolled onto the scene.
Now, Fox 5's Jacqueline Schultz is live in Gwinnett County with how this driver was able to follow her through this. Jacqueline.
Turns out, guys, how convenient is this? He had a dash cam app on his cell phone. He started rolling on it, called 911 and followed her all the way to this intersection where she crashed.
She was swerving to the left, swerving to the right.
There goes a mailbox. Then she's about to hit a truck. Then another car. Reckless swerve after swerve for a few miles.
Barely missing cars parked in the street. Saw her take out 2 mailboxes.
Gwinnett police say Richard Durbin witnessed this joyride from a driver under the influence. Richard says he gave this video to cops.
This is what it looks like when you're in the car.
Richard has his own dash cam app and almost every day mounts his cell phone before he starts driving. It's his way of recording any accidents, but on Sunday he didn't expect this.
I would guess she was probably doing at least 45 or 50 miles an hour at some point. She left me in the dust.
Richard says the driver almost clipped him. Then he says he followed her at a safe distance while she steered across both lanes and curbs on both sides. He called 911 and was on the phone with dispatch till the end.
At the very end of it, she ran over a sign and stopped dead center.
Police arrested 39-year-old Elizabeth Poston for DUI and says she refused a blood alcohol test. Apparently, the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office says she was arrested for DUI twice before. Richard says he feels he did his civic duty to make the streets safer.
I just wanted to make sure that she was brought to justice for endangering those people.
Now, police say they're glad that Durbin did this safely, had his camera mounted, but they do not recommend if you're trying to record a crime to follow any car closely, and don't even try it if it makes you drive dangerously. Live in Gwinnett County tonight, Jacqueline Schultz, Fox 5 News.
All right, Jacqueline, thanks. New at 10 tonight, an Atlanta police officer arrested for DUI, and tonight Fox 5 has learned that this is not the first time he's been in trouble. According to police records, Officer Adam Lee was already on administrative assignment for suspicion of drinking on the job. Early Saturday morning, he was pulled over by a Georgia State Patrol trooper who reportedly clocked him speeding at 101 miles an hour. The 29-year-old failed the alcohol breath test and was arrested without incident.
Well, no complaints when it comes to the weather today. We had beautiful sunshine.
Beautiful sunshine. Cold in here, though.
What a contrast, right?
Somebody turn the air conditioning way up in the studio. Let's take a look at what's happening outside right now. We've got some cloud cover out there, very high, thin clouds, reports of a nice little halo around the moon tonight. And we got the rain out to the west. That's going to be coming in as we get into Thursday. This all along a cold front that'll eventually not only bring in the rain, but it's going to bring in the cooler air as we get into this upcoming weekend. So that's something we're going to have to deal with as we go on through time. Here's a look at the hour-by-hour forecast going on into early Thursday. There are the showers starting to push in. Those will continue off to the east, clearing skies as we get into Thursday afternoon. And then we'll see the cold air continue to filter in as we go on into this upcoming weekend. In fact, high temperatures only into the 50s once we get into Saturday and Sunday. Here's a look at the hour-by-hour forecast rain amounts. We're going to see rain totals, I think, a little bit higher than this. The computer model right now only giving us about 1/10 of an inch of rain, or 100th of an inch of rainfall. I think it'll be a little bit closer to 1/10 to 2/10, and a little bit higher amounts as you get up toward Ellijay, over 1/3 of an inch there. Almanac, today's high temperature got up to 70 degrees, low this morning 44. There are the averages 68 and 48. Sunrise at 7 o'clock early tomorrow morning. Rainfall update. No rain today for the month, way behind for the year, even more than that, 3.92 below where we should be. Current temperature right now 55 at the airport, dew points at 40, humidity 57%. We've got a nice calm wind. Overnight low temperatures tonight go out to Athens 47. 48 in Dallas, 48 degrees in LaGrange, 51 here in Atlanta, 42 up in Blairsville. And then we get into tomorrow. Beautiful day, high temperature around 71, 74 down toward Barnesville. You get over into the Madison area, 74. A little cooler up in Dahlonega, high temperature there of 67. So partly cloudy overnight tonight. Low temperatures dropping down to around 51. Then for tomorrow, increasing clouds, 71. Here's a look at the 7-day forecast. Scattered showers and 68 degrees for Thursday, 57 on Friday. We go on into the weekend. Chilly temperatures, overnight lows in the 30s and 40s, highs only in the upper 50s to around 60. Russ, tonight.
All right, Jeff, thanks. A young woman attacked and abducted off the street.
Disturbing. She didn't have to go through that.
Tonight, her father offers to turn himself over to the captors as police uncover a new lead.
Welcome back. We are continuing coverage of today's election. The U.S. Senate race looks to be pretty decisive, but let's show you where it stands right now with 86% of precincts reporting Republican David Purdue out in the lead with 56%, Michelle Nunn 42%, and Libertarian Amanda Swafford 2%.
Yeah, the difference in vote between Purdue and Nunn now about 330,000. It seems highly unlikely there are enough votes left in Metro Atlanta to close that kind of a gap. And if you've been with us since the beginning of the hour, insider advantage, Matt Towery called it for David Purdue at 10 minutes after 10. So we'll see what happens when we might hear from Michelle Nunn's campaign. In the meantime, a shocking arrest in Clayton County. Fox 5 has confirmed that a Jonesboro police officer is facing serious charges tonight. Officer Stephen Hubbard was arrested Friday in Spalding County. He is charged with felony aggravated assault, cruelty to children, and simple battery. The 28-year-old was released on a $13,000 bond.
And police in Atlanta need your help. They are trying to track down two violent robbers. The duo attacked a man who was walking into his apartment complex near 14th Street and Howell Mill Road. Now, detectives tell us that the robbers shoved the victim to the ground and then snatched his bag and ran away. Crime Stoppers offering a $2,000 reward for information about these two men.
Evidence of adultery gets a murder sentence tossed out. Why proof of cheating could get a convicted killer a new trial.
And a woman snatched off the street in a chilling abduction, caught on surveillance video. The new clue that has investigators expanding their search. Next.
She was snatched right off the street, and each terrifying second was captured by a nearby surveillance camera. The only evidence left behind, the victim's broken glasses and her cell phone. And tonight, police in Philadelphia are expanding their search for a missing 22-year-old.
Now, this news comes as investigators uncover an important clue, which suggests she could have been taken across state lines. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has the late-breaking developments tonight.
Police are asking for the public's help in trying to locate 22-year-old Carlisha Freeland Gaither. Surveillance video caught her abduction Sunday night as she fights in vain as an unknown man rushed her along a sidewalk to a parked car. Investigators recovered the woman's glasses and cell phone on the street near piles of broken glass.
Our goal is the safe return of Carlisha to her family and friends.
More than $40,000 is being offered in reward money, the biggest chunk coming from the FBI.
The FBI is offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the perpetrator of this horrific act.
Philadelphia police are now extending their search parameters after discovering a new lead in the case.
Carlisha's ATM card was used at a standalone bank in Aberdeen, Maryland, so we're actively looking into that area.
The woman's family says she grew up in Maryland with her grandmother, but returned to Philadelphia to be near other family members and pursue her career. Her father has offered himself to her captors, while her mother makes a desperate plea for her safe return.
If anything, if you want somebody to come get me, just release her. She's a young female. She don't need to go through this.
Please give me that child. Please give me my baby. Please give me my child.
Police describe the suspect as a man in his 20s and about 5'10" with a medium to heavy build. They say it's likely he is driving a gray four-door Ford sedan, possibly built between 2000 and 2002. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Police say accused Pennsylvania cop killer Eric Freen may have used the internet to avoid capture while on the run from authorities. Investigators say they found a laptop computer and 2 storage drives in the abandoned airplane hangar where Freen was captured last week. Freen is charged with opening fire on the Blooming Grove State Police Barracks on September 12th. One trooper was killed, another was seriously injured. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty.
The Georgia Supreme Court has overturned the murder conviction of a man who beat his wife to death with a baseball bat. The reason? Evidence of the woman having an affair was not allowed in the trial. Now, James Lynn Jr. testified that his wife told him she was cheating on him just before she was killed. The Supreme Court said that evidence would have corroborated his testimony. Lynn admitted to killing Tanya Lynn back in 2011, but argued that he was guilty of voluntary manslaughter, not murder, because he was provoked.
Well, some of you mailed in your ballots, others turned them in early, and some of you stood in long lines today, but you voted, and your voice is being heard right now. Live team coverage of tonight's election results coming up.
NFL superstar Adrian Peterson makes a plea in his child abuse case. Details of his punishment ahead tonight.
But first, a good act earns 2 high school runners a bad call. Find out why they were disqualified for helping a fellow runner. Next.
Two high school girls were disqualified from a race for helping an opponent who fell.
Yeah, the girls were at the state cross-country meet in Minnesota, and they helped a freshman from another school to finish across the line after she fell. Well, the girls had to forfeit because of a league rule that prohibits assisting another runner. The girls who helped said that when they saw it happen, they couldn't just leave her there.
Minnesota Vikings star Adrian Peterson will avoid jail time after reaching a plea agreement in his child abuse case. Peterson was indicted back in September for using a wooden switch to discipline his 4-year-old son. The All-Pro running back was charged with felony injury to a child and could have faced 2 years in prison. Under the agreement, Peterson pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor charge of reckless assault.
Well, the votes are still being counted, the numbers trickling in, and Fox 5 has live team coverage of election night that's just seconds away.
Are you talking to Doug Evans?
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Starts right now.
Coverage of election night in Georgia.
Let's take a look at the latest numbers right now in the Senate race. David Purdue now with 56% of the vote, with 86% of the precincts reporting. Michelle Nunn with 42% to Amanda Swafford's 2%. If you've been with us, our Fox 5 political analyst Matt Towery called this race for David Purdue 50 minutes ago.
86% of the precincts reporting at this point. I want to go downtown now to the Hyatt Regency Atlanta. That's where Democratic nominee Michelle Nunn's campaign is headquartered for the night. And Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is there live. Deidre, word is that we're going to hear from Michelle Nunn. Here she is.
We have not heard from her campaign. Let's listen in.
Thank y'all so much. So y'all, I just talked to David Purdue and I offered him my very great congratulations as Georgia's next U.S. Senator. And I want to thank both David Purdue and I want to thank Amanda Swafford for their commitment to service, to public service, and for a very spirited campaign. Yes. So, you know, at our best, we not only accept the electoral results, but we practice the art of bridge building and reconciliation. And so I offer David my strongest possible support as he works to unite Georgia and to build bridges across party lines and to serve all of the people of Georgia. And I know that he will try and do that. So, y'all, I met a poet in Gainesville a few months ago, and she was in her 90s, and she told me, she said, you know, I really think you're going to win this race. But she said, but if you don't win, you have done your duty. Yeah. And you all have more than done your duty. The extraordinary volunteers, staff, the people across this state that have worked so hard. We have offered up Georgia a true choice, and we've laid the groundwork for this state. We have changed politics in Georgia, not just tonight, but for the future. We've reminded people of what a two-party system looks like and a civic dialogue. We've lifted up and advocated issues that matter to people in this country, whether it's raising minimum wage, whether it's pay equity for women, whether it's bipartisan immigration reform. These are just a few of the issues that we've helped remind people are at stake, whether it's making sure that all of our young people have an affordable and clear pathway to college, or whether it's universal access to pre-K. These are issues that we have lifted up and that will continue to be lifted up. So I am very proud to have stood side by side in this campaign with thousands of Georgians who've worked so hard. Your hands, I know, some of y'all's hands may be blistered from putting in all those yard signs. And your voices may be hoarse from doing all that shouting and talking and telling people how important this race is. And I know that there's a lot of tired feet tonight because y'all have been walking a lot of neighborhoods. And you could not have worked harder. You know, we have exceeded every expectation of what was possible in this race. I just want to remind y'all that just about 15 months ago, all of the political pundits said that Georgia was not in play, and we put Georgia in play. But we've built a foundation now that needs to be cultivated, and it needs to be built upon. And we need to work on it to broaden our reach with the message. We want to remind people, y'all, that elections make a difference in people's lives. We change people's lives, we change communities, we change our nation, we change our world when we vote. And we've reminded people of that, and we want to keep reminding people of that. We make choices about how we're going to care for our sick. We make choices about how we care for our environment, how we care for our elderly. And these are the choices that we want to continue to lift up in the future as we go forward. So I hope that we've reminded Georgia also that we can and should have leadership that represents and looks like our state. You know, during the course of the campaign, I met with a wonderful group of Pakistani and Indian doctors in Warner Robins, and they told me it was the first time that anybody had reached out to them to engage them in this process. And when I left, they said, "You've given us hope and you've given us inspiration." You all did that. So I started out this election saying that I'm optimistic about America, and I have never been more optimistic than I am right now today after 15 months of seeing the extraordinary idealism, commitment, and passion of Georgians. And I was reminded time and time again of our Georgia State motto. Y'all have heard me say it, right? But I have seen it embodied in our Georgia citizenry: wisdom and justice and moderation. So tonight, more than anything, I want to thank you all, to the staff and to the thousands of people who've worked so hard on this campaign, for the future of our state, for the future of our country, for your commitment and for your dedication. Each one of you here has given so much: your talents, your resources, a lot of sleepless nights, and an unrelenting commitment. So I am so grateful to have walked this path with you, to be fighting for something that transcends us all and that we'll continue to work towards. And I want to say a few thanks to only my family, because otherwise it would be out of control, the number of people that I would have to thank. But I want to thank my parents who are here. They've taught me the importance of public service. And have been my father. Every single day of the campaign trail, I hear a story of someone who he made a difference for. And he's a great exemplar of what matters in public service. And he's been a role model and a great advisor throughout my life. And my mother, whose fierce determination, whose tireless work ethic and unyielding support has sustained me throughout this race. Ron, as he said,
An extraordinarily gracious concession from Michelle Nunn in the U.S. Senate race. Now we have the governor's numbers, Sinead.
Yeah, that's right. Switching gears here now. Switching gears, we're seeing that Nathan Deal has 56% of the vote, with 90% of the precincts reporting. Jason Carter at 41%. Libertarian Andrew Hunt at 2%. Nathan Deal is at the College Football Hall of Fame downtown this evening, and we're expecting to hear from the governor coming up in just a few minutes. Let's check in with Morse Diggs, who's been there monitoring the festivities throughout the evening. Morse?
Governor Deal has just taken the stage. You see the family behind him. He's just about to make his remarks. We've got a crowd here. There must be 1,000 people at the College Football Hall of Fame. Let's go to his remarks.
I just got the call from Senator Jason Carter conceding the election. I want to congratulate all the people in the state of Georgia, and especially those of you who helped us and worked so hard. You've just elected the best First Lady of this state once again. We've had people all over this state who have helped us, and I just simply want to say thank you for your work, for your financial support, for your encouragement. People have worked long and hard, making phone calls, writing cards, talking to their neighbors, and it has been a groundswell all across this state. And we are truly thankful for everything that you've done for us. Now, I think you know that I have had some very fine people working on my campaign, and I want to thank them. It's hard to begin to single out anybody, but there are several who played major roles as a part of our staff. First of all, of course, Chris Riley, my longtime right-hand man. Tom Willis, a young man who took on the job as campaign manager. Brian Robinson, my spokesperson, who was always there. And Denise Deal, who helped us raise the money necessary to conduct this campaign. I promise you tonight, as I promised you during the election, we will continue to make Georgia the best place in the country for every possible thing you can imagine: jobs, environment, family life, best place to live. We have it all going for us, and we're going to keep it moving in that direction. There are so many young people who have been an important part of our team, and they have worked tirelessly. And you know, we don't pay them very much. We really don't. But they work for the love of it. And I appreciate the fact that they have loved me, and they've loved Sandra, and they've loved all of us. Part of our team, though, that I haven't singled out is certainly the part that makes it most special to me, and that is my family. My children, and of course my wife, and my grandchildren. You know, campaigns are hard on families because things are said, ads are run, people make comments, and even though in your own heart you know they're not true, they still hurt. And it takes a tough skin on the part of not only candidates, but of their spouses and of their family members. So please thank my family members for their support. As you know, we lost one of the best and brightest of these young people who have worked for us in a tragic accident several weeks ago. I dedicate this victory tonight to the life and to the memory of Mac Burgess. His parents are with us tonight, Missy and Banks Burgess, who are here with us this evening. Mac, we won. It's finished. May you rest in peace. Thank you all for being here this evening, and thanks for your help.
Governor Deal choking up there, talking about the death of Mac Burgess, of course, killed in a car accident on Georgia 400 just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a very touching tribute there. All right, we want to turn on to Democratic challenger Jason Carter's headquarters tonight. Actually, we're going to check in with David Purdue right now. Let's get the very latest on what's happening there with his campaign.
Yeah, Doug Evans is live on the scene there. You look at the numbers, Purdue with 56% to Michelle Nunn's 42%. Again, it's been more than an hour now since Matt Towery called this for us. And David Purdue is about to address his supporters. As I understand it, Doug Evans on the scene there now with the Purdue campaign. A very joyous celebration there. Doug?
Russ and Sinead, David Purdue is about to be announced onto the stage here at this ballroom in Buckhead. A 64-year-old businessman from Glynn County. He was a long-shot candidate last summer, emerged from the primary as the victor, emerges tonight as the victor. His family is up there on the podium right now. His campaign manager is addressing the crowd. And just any minute now, they are going to announce that's Congressman Tom Graves up there right now.
He's been plowing the ground for a long time, one who I've looked up to. He's been a great mentor to me. And in fact, in 2002, when I first ran for office, he invited me to be on his bus tour, going from Dalton to Calhoun. Scared me to death to come off that bus and speak to a crowd there at the Calhoun Courthouse, at the Gordon County Courthouse in Calhoun. But it was Saxby Chambliss who encouraged me, who pressed me on to victory that year, the first Republican to be elected state representative in Gordon County, along with Saxby Chambliss being elected, beating Max Cleland, you might remember, in 2002. It is my pleasure to introduce to you tonight our senior senator, a great man, and his wonderful wife, Julianne Saxby Chambliss.
Guess what? No fundraisers when you leave here tonight.
Saxby Chambliss, of course, retiring from the U.S. Senate. That's what left this open seat that David Purdue has now won. We've seen plenty of evidence already in the last 15 minutes. It's a lot more fun to win than it is to lose. A very joyous crowd at Governor Deal's campaign headquarters. Not the same, obviously, for Michelle Nunn today.
No, absolutely not. But we heard Saxby Chambliss making the joke there. No more fundraisers. And for television viewers, I think the same sentiment rings true when we say no more political ads.
Oh,
this has been a very long political season.
I've had people tweet me tonight saying that they're going to throw their TV out if there had been a runoff in the Senate race and we had 2 more months. Just imagine what it would have been like if the balance of power hung on what happened in Georgia. That's not going to happen. But running up to tonight, it was certainly a real possibility that we could have been the focus of the country for the next 2 months and the focus of tens, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars worth of political advertising.
Certainly. Well, the races here in Georgia were called much earlier than we anticipated, and it was a similar theme in many races throughout the country where there were decisive victories, where it was expected that these races were going to be very much down to the wire.
Exactly. Let's look at the race now, the governor's race, the numbers in the governor's race at this point. Again, now with 91% of the precincts reporting, Nathan Deal with a 15 percentage point lead, 56% to 41% for Jason Carter. Randy Travis has been with the Carter campaign all night. Randy, they were hoping that Metro Atlanta would provide enough votes to close the gap. Obviously, that's not going to happen.
Looks like we have Jason Carter at the podium now. Let's hear him speak.
If he needed me to do anything, I would do it. And I wished him the best, and I hope that all of us succeed in making this state the great powerhouse that we all know it can be. And I'd like to thank Governor Deal and Dr. Hunt for going through this tough campaign with me. And while this wasn't the result, of course, that we had hoped for, we still have a giant amount to be proud of. This campaign put education back at the very top priority list for our state. We had a great debate about how to appropriately fund our schools, how to improve them, how to move forward with an education system that gets us where we need to be. We had a discussion and a debate about the Hope Scholarship and how to expand it. We made sure that this campaign was about making sure that middle-class families and small businesses didn't get left behind. And we also reached out in this campaign to the different communities of this state in unprecedented ways. I think that all of you participated in that and should be incredibly proud of what you all did in this campaign. So thank you to all of you. Y'all are great.
State Senator Jason Carter, 38 years old, the grandson of the former president. We have probably not seen the last of him in Georgia politics.
I don't think so. He's there with his family. But on the right side of your screen, you'll notice David Purdue has taken the podium. A victorious night for him. Let's listen in.
That I take away from all of this is that you want to change the direction of our country. I think Georgians made it loud and clear tonight that we want to stop the failed policies of this administration and Harry Reid. Georgians want a safer America. They want a stronger America. They want a more secure America. Whether it's a stronger foreign policy, dealing with threats like ISIS and Ebola, fixing the VA, securing our border, and really doing something finally about this debt for our kids and grandkids. And we finally want to start working on a bipartisan approach, not a partisan approach, to health care. Georgians want term limits. I heard that over and over in this state. We believe it's time to put citizen legislators up there, people who are from us, among us, and go up there and do our bidding and try to fix the problems of the day and then come home and let somebody else go try to help. That's what we're doing. Bonnie and I never thought about doing this. You know that. Sometimes I wonder. Georgians want somebody to fight for them, though. I heard that loud and clear in this state. And Bonnie and I are committed to go to Washington and fight for you, and not the special interests and not the insiders in Washington, but you, the Georgians that we love. Thank you. You know, we heard loud and clear, Georgians want us to fight for their constitutional rights. They want us to fight for the right to life, the value of life. A senator who won't bend to special interests, but listen to the people here at home and act accordingly and bring a sense of urgency to Washington. The thing we heard more than anything else is that Washington's broken and it's affecting our lives. And we don't want to leave this world to our kids without trying to make it better. Most importantly, Georgians want good paying jobs. And to do that, we've got to get this economy going. We have to finally resolve our tax problems. And right now, Saxby Chambliss is handing the baton over to me, and I'm going to fight for the fair tax. You know, I never imagined that Bonnie and I would be standing here. We're the most unlikely people to be doing this. But we felt led that this was something we could do to make a difference. But tonight we start a new journey. This has been an extraordinary 18 months. When I called my cousin, the ex-governor, and said, you know, you need to run, he said, no, I've been paroled. But he said, you need to think about it. And we thought about it and prayed about it, and we started a journey with your help and some great, great professional help here. And we took our message around the state, and it resonated, and it worked because it was sincere. It was from our heart. More importantly, it was from your heart. And that's what people of this country and this state, that's what they're hearing tonight. But I want to remind you, Tonight, we start a new journey to set a new course for America, not just Georgia. This race was always bigger than me. It was always bigger than Georgia. We have to do this for our kids and grandkids. I do not want to be a member of the first generation in the history of our great country that has to tell my kids and my grandkids that I'm leaving you a world worse off. And you know what? Starting tonight, we're going to change that with your help. Thank you. Tomorrow morning, my commitment to you, at about 5 o'clock, I understand my first day starts as a senator-elect, and I'm very proud to be up tomorrow morning. I'm going to roll my sleeves up and get to work like I've done all my life. My entire career, that's all I've ever done. We've always worked as an underdog, just like in this campaign. But I need each of you to help me do it. Just because we had an election. There you go, Joni. Yes, sir.
Now they're cheering for Sonny Purdue. Sonny Purdue, of course, his first cousin. But David Purdue made the point. I mean, this is an unlikely journey on his part. A year and a half ago, no one knew his name in the state of Georgia, a former Fortune 500 CEO. He beat 3 sitting Republican congressmen to get the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate.
That's right. It was a seven-way race, we have to remember,
Right.
and he's emerged victorious out of all of that. We should note that the Senate has just announced, or it's been announced now by AP, that the Senate has taken control or been taken control of by Republicans. So that certainly was a feat that Republicans set out to accomplish today, and it looks like that accomplishment has been completed. Now, David Purdue talked about going to work first thing tomorrow morning, and he's a 64-year-old. He started off at the beginning of this race as the Washington outsider,
Right.
but now he's headed to Washington.
Yeah, we heard Governor Deal say there had been a groundswell in his direction. That may be a great way of describing what happened, not only in Georgia, but so far across the country in terms of the Republicans making lots of progress toward a domination, a majority in the U.S. Senate. If I don't mean to correct you, but unless somebody said something in your ear, I think that we need one, the Republicans need one more Senate seat to
No, my
to take that
understanding, I did
majority.
get an update, and
Perfect.
that the majority has been clinched at this point. So that is the very latest. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have much more news after this.
Well, once again, this is a much earlier night than we thought it would be, calling these races. Let's look at the Senate numbers one more time. The U.S. Senate race goes to David Purdue, the Republican. The numbers are really quite astounding, given the poll numbers coming into this. 56% for Purdue, 42% for none. Amanda Swafford with 2%.
And as we take a look at the race for governor, Nathan Deal will resume his position as governor, the Republican now the projected winner for another term. And it has been a very eventful evening. Here you can see the final results. 56% for Nathan Deal to Jason Carter's 41%.
And Kay Hagan, the Democratic incumbent, has lost in North Carolina. A big Republican night. We'll wrap it all up for you tomorrow.
Have a good night.